Start streaming. I always count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And as I go to check that I'm streaming, may I say hello and welcome to this, the return of the glorious Sunday chill. Yes, it is I. It is I am looking at my screen and I'm seeing a blank screen, so no doubt, I'm hoping you can all hear me. FMD jumping in. Hello, Mr. Brandon Young. Hello, Jonaside. Please tell me that you can hear me. Give me a shout. Let me know. Because I'm winging it here with OBS, as I usually do. I've got Robin standing by side as well. Hello, Robin. How are you?
I'm good, Davey. Thanks. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I know I can hear you, and I know that you can hear me. But I don't know why nobody can see any of us at the moment.
Well, I can see you.
Maybe can you?
I can see you, yeah.
Right, hold on.
You're wearing a hat and looks like a dark-colored t-shirt.
I see what happens there. I've got too many screens, Robin. That's what it is.
Okay, so that's OBS. Boy, OBS really... I couldn't get it. It was too confusing. There was too much stuff to do, too many features, too many options, and then Streamlabs was the same way. I couldn't too much. It was way too much for me. So I don't know how you guys can do it.
Jonaside says, I can hear you, but I can't see you. And then he says, there, you're there. And then some Brandon's with me again. I think there's a war between Jonaside and Brandon Young since I've been off YouTube that I'll need to find out more about tonight. Jonaside, can you now see me and hear me? And can you see and hear the glorious Robin Eagle song as well? Please tell me. This is all a test, you know.
It's all. I need to go over on YouTube and see and look at the live chat.
I'm pretty sure we're rolling now. Brandon and Jonaside are having a chat amongst themselves in the chat, not paying any attention to anything that I've said. So I worry that they didn't hear me, but we'll wait and see.
And they should show the hell up.
I know, exactly. I mean, they just come in, you'd think they'd pay attention to the show and all the rest of it.
Okay, so I'm
finally we have an answer from the chat room. Thank you, Jonaside. I can see and hear you both. Robin is a little low in volume, seemingly.
I am really.
That may be my fault as well, Robin, probably with the whole OBS thing. I'll try and resolve as we go on. But yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm willing to blame it all on you.
It's always me, Robin. It's always me.
Oh, cool.
Can I ask you how has your week? I'm very sorry. I'm with the excitement of getting dinner and viewing new things. I've missed the show this afternoon. How did it go? Was it success? I believe it was just you and Maggie in the Granny show tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just me and Maggie. And Maggie, Maggie's always ready to do those readings for everybody. So when we don't have a guest, it's sort of, sometimes it's Maggie's show. And boy, and she was pulling cards for people. And there was only one that didn't resonate, but all the other cards that she drew, they were really dead on. Our chat person, Amy Warren, said, might not apply to me. That happens sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes, sometimes it maybe stuff just doesn't apply to you there and then. It can be a down the road thing. You know what I mean? You could be sitting there 4 or 5 days or a week or so later going, oh, wait a minute,
it could be a prophetic thing. Okay, so you guys, am I still low? If I turn up my volume, then my earphones are going to get really loud and it'll blast my ears out.
Jonaside saying Maggie's tarot's on point, so I think Robin's a bit low, but I'm not complaining. Brandon says. I'm pretty sure it's something to do with OBS, which I'll have a look at. I'm preparing something at the moment, and I was buying for time, so just bear with. We'll get there. This is baby steps into the world of the tube of you again, trying to understand what's going on. Because they took Zoom away from me, and I can't do it. I don't want to go into Stream Quacks or whatever it is, and I want to understand OBS, and I'm trying to do that. And I'm okay.
So they took Zoom away. Oh, too bad.
I know. I'm not paying for that rubbish, Robin. Not the amount that I was silly when I had my account. I didn't quite understand how it worked, I think, in the beginning. So I had been paying for a webinar package that I didn't really need to pay for. And I ended up paying out about £130 over the course of a year. And when I figured out I'd done it, I quite rightly so went into an argument with them for about 4 months, saying, "You've convinced me I needed this and I didn't need it. Give me my money back." And they gave me £60 back, which was decent, I guess. You know what I mean? But
better than a poke in the eye.
Yeah. I never used the product, and it's kind of put me off since. I'm not being funny, but like since the whole kind of virus thing, everybody's using Zoom. You know, it was one of the first things that I noticed. BBC News started using Zoom, and then like the fucking Parliament's using Zoom. I mean, Boris Johnson's in a Zoom chat with the rest of the government and stuff, and I'm like, how much money are these people making? You know what I mean?
I know.
It's nuts.
Corporations are doubling, tripling, quadrupling their profits. It's all the corporate guys. The rich guys are making more and more and more money and getting richer and richer. Yeah, everybody here started using Zoom. Everybody who was furloughed or having to work from home, everybody was using Zoom. They were having Zoom cocktail hours. They were having Zoom board meetings, team meetings. You know, so God, Zoom is making money up that.
It makes you. I've never heard anybody say it. You know what I mean? But you ponder that they were a fair amount of money making company before all of this started.
Oh yeah, they were very.
And their profits did go through the roof. You think the very least they could do, just for the common person being able to stay in touch with one another, is kind of make some sort of free account that would be substantial, rather than the kind of half-hour chat that you get if you want a free account or something like that. Well, as a socially ethical company and all the rest of it, like, you know what I mean? Thinking about the common people.
They don't give a shit about us. You know, they're looking at their bottom line and paying their investors. Genocide. You guys come on with us, Brandon. Genocide, come on.
Yeah, guys, jump on. I sent a link into the Twitter chat if it's there. Just go for it.
Go look at your twat and see. Get the link. Maggie won't be with us because I think we wore her out today.
She's in her bed as I'm typing. Bless you, Maggie. You have a decent rest and sleep.
Yeah, good night,
dreams.
Maggie. Yeah, get lots of good sleep because we're coming back Wednesday for the half week show. Oh, I see Bob way back there up on something. What is Bob on?
Where's he went to? They're wandering all over the place.
Yeah, but Bob's back there behind your shoulder.
He's disappeared. Oh, I see him. Oi, get there. That's like a wee shelfie cubbyhole. He was disguised on the wall there. I didn't see him. Bob.
How fun.
Bob.
He has a perch.
Bob, what you doing? What you doing in there? Is that your place now? Yes, I think he's found a little cupboard space.
Oh, that's cute. You should hang a little tiny picture, make it a little sitting room for Bob.
I'll move the microphone. You can see his face pops out.
So your camera's reversed. When we were on the hangout, everything's reversed. Your couch was on the other side, your sofa was on the other side.
Oh wow!
And that slanted part of your ceiling was on the other side.
That must be an OBS thing as well, then, I guess. Yeah.
So I don't know if this one's reversed or if the other one was reversed when we did our Zoom hangout.
If it helps, my couch is over there.
Oh, Genocide says that your phone is too low in power. Aw, too bad you can't plug it in and do it at the same time.
I think we might have a Shadow and a Mr. Young will be joining us shortly.
Oh, I hope so.
I
Get
hear things.
the gang together. I see you
Did
have
you?
a thumbs down. Fuck you, whoever did that. We know who it is. We know who it is.
It could be one of many people. I've thumbs down in expanding the process. It's not a new concept. We've been getting thumbs down for years, so we're happy with the first 10. After that, I've got no clue who's thumbs down in me. So 10's the lucky number.
Yeah, it's everybody's sock accounts. Yeah, I know Maggie and I get down thumbs too, and we know exactly who they are. Uh, yeah, it's two separate people, maybe three, and we know who they are, and it's cool. You know, we don't give a fuck about you.
Yes, we don't.
You sad, pitiful, friendless, lonely people who gets off on downing those thumbs. You know, good for you if that's your only pleasure in life. You know, you poor pathetic wretch. Okay, hi Sam.
Hey Robin. Hey Davey, how's it going?
Hey Sam, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I just got home not only a minute ago, so.
Excellent, man. Glad. Thank you for joining us, man. It's an absolute pleasure and an honour to see you, man.
Thank you.
And again, you're looking
I
well,
really
man.
enjoyed our talk last night. That was a lot of fun.
It was impromptu. I was actually just playing some tunes earlier, Sam, and it was the orb of expanding process. I had set it up and doing some tunes, and a tune came on that reminded me of a show that I used to do on a Sunday night, and I was like, fuck YouTube, it's time for the Sunday chill to return. So here we are, so to speak.
Are we live?
We are live, yes.
Wait,
We're live on the tube of you on expanding the process, and this is the Sunday chill.
Yeah, this
No
is
idea.
it.
I
This
thought
is
we were
it.
just hanging out. Boy,
This
I'm
is
glad
what
I
I
didn't
took.
say anything revealing.
I know it's going to take some getting used to because we're so used to having the private Zoomy things that where we can say anything. Okay, time to button some of that shit up. Sorry.
No, I'm in a fuck it attitude as well, Robin. I'm one of the things, I'm not going to rant, but one of the things that's been doing my head in my absence from the great, the grand, and the glorious, so to speak, is that how not great, grand, and glorious the Tube of You has been.
Yeah.
I've sat in my couch for the pub, well, not literally, but essentially I've sat in my couch for, hold on a minute. Say hello. Hiya.
Touched you with his paw.
Right, you've had your turn. It's back to the chill. Fuck off. I've sat and watched, or not watched, as the case may be, because I don't know. About 3 months ago, I think I started kind of coming to YouTube in the mornings and staring at the screen. And realising I'd been doing it for an hour and a half and not finding anything that I actually wanted to watch or anything that had any interest in me watching it. And like I'd obviously, when I came off, I had started deleting myself from, like, unsubscribed for a lot of channels because I just didn't want to see anything of Blue Avians for a start. I didn't want to see anything of ufology for a start. I didn't want to see any Planet X stuff. You know, all the stuff that I kind of go to YouTube for, I wanted to take myself away from that. So I spent 4 months sort of unsubscribing for channels and stuff. So when I went to YouTube, it was like new stuff I was getting to see, or stuff that I maybe wasn't aware of, you know. I even deleted all my wrestling and all my comic stuff as well. I was getting sick, fed up watching wrestling stuff, like, you know.
Yeah, I've got to unsubscribe to some crap too. I am subscribed to that Leon Lyons Zagabazagigi.
Oh yeah.
That really.
If you can't pronounce his name, don't subscribe to him.
He had, I'll be honest, he had a book called, oh God, I forget the name of it now. I'm kicking myself in the head, but he has a book about secret societies. When you look at the cover, it looks like absolute shit, but when you read it, it's actually a great book. So I thought, oh, this guy must be pretty cool. And I saw him on an interview on David Griffin's channel, and I cringed pretty hard. I'm not gonna
yeah, this guy
totally
is
into the whole Illuminati thing. So,
oh, I know, and the plots of the Catholic Church, which you could be valid. I don't know, but yeah,
it's me and Reamsy. We're out to rule the world. Behind closed doors, the Freemasons and the Catholics are working together to hunt down Leon Zagami. It's totally, we have nothing.
I would get behind that conspiracy, Sam. You and Reamsy. That'd be good. Yeah.
Okay, so it's Zagami, yeah, okay. Boy, that guy is...
Sounds like an Italian sausage.
Yeah, that's, I know, he's slick as glass. He really lays his accent on thick. I mean, he overdoes it. I don't think his accent is really that strong. But have you gotten a load of his wife? He's got the ultimate Palm Springs trophy wife. And she looks at him like a little doe so in love with her prince of a man. And, you know, they're kind of amusing, but he is so full of shit. But... Yeah. But he's got tons of followers. He makes an assload of money.
Well, in his defense, the book was pretty good. That's all I'm going to say. But as far as him and like his message and everything, I think it's a little bogus.
Yeah, I'm wondering exactly why he just had to escape to Palm Springs. You know, he had to escape. I'd love to escape to fucking Palm Springs. But I don't know how to do that shit. He has Roseanne on there a lot. You know,
that's probably why he went to Palm Springs, because he's probably one of these ants. I'm not going to make a joke about that. It's fun.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful of that.
You know what I was going to bring up, but put it this way: people in Florida are very irresponsible with this COVID thing.
Yeah, well, everywhere. Yeah, it's everywhere. Okay, so Maggie, if you're up, are you going to come on, honey? Are you going to come on for a minute?
Maggie.
Come on here and tell me what.
Seemingly, I fixed the sound, but now I'm kind of blowing everybody away because he's really loud.
Okay, so Jonathan said that I can turn my mic down, honey. I haven't touched.
No, it was me. It's because I'm fixing it.
Davey said to blame it all on him, so let's dogpile on Davey. You know, he's screwing it.
Tell me when it's good, Jonathan. Tell me.
So I'll talk. You can tell me if my mic is still too high. You can tell me if I'm blasting your eardrums out. Okay, somebody speak up in there so that I can stop talking.
This is Downtown with Julie Brown. Wubba wubba wubba.
Maggie's just laughing. I think that should be. Sounds okay. Yay!
Oh, jeez, what a long process.
I found the settings in OBS that turns your volumes up. Your volumes were way down low, so I've now turned yours up, so that should be all good. And I think it's complicated, but we're getting there. See, now I've fixed that. That was always one of the biggest problems I had with OBS, was getting the sound levels right, so we're happy and singing. That's good.
Yeah, so label it as your default.
I have done.
So you never have to adjust it again. I think that you have a default button to save that.
Right, I have. I'm doing that. Nothing changes from this moment forward with OBS. Everything's going to be set the way and left.
It is locked in.
And by the end of this stream, there'll be flashy things and stuff and all the rest of it on the screen. Maybe.
Cool beans.
And maybe even the orb of expanding process shall make an appearance. That will be good.
Expanding the process.
Expanding the process. We need to sing that, Sam. We need to get that done.
For the orb.
That's getting clapped. What did you think of the orb of expanding process, Robin? Did you see it? Because you were up late. That was the thing. You were having a nap, wasn't you? And you came in at the end.
I was having a nap, but I got up. because my phone rang and woke me up. So I decided once I get up, okay, I'm up. So I clicked on you, and I saw the orb. Oh, what great music! What great music! That was one, especially with your headphones on. That was great. But your orb has a slot in it. What's that all about?
A slot?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you were noticing it's sitting on branches. So it was like maybe a branch.
Oh, it looked like because I thought it was like sort of like a jingle bell. Like
And saying, I'll go back and just do the Hangouts thing on YouTube. because it's just too hard to do. It takes me like 2 hours to figure it out myself, and then I have to come on and explain how I managed to figure it all out, and I'm not good at doing that. I can't do it. Sam, I'm just going to sit here for a wee minute and enjoy the fact that I'm back on the Great, the Grand and the Glorious Tube of You, and try and smoke this that I rolled and I've been trying to smoke for the past 20 minutes. But Robin, just entertain her for a wee minute. Please.
Wait, you're telling me to entertain Robin?
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't know if this is going to entertain Robin, but I've been waiting since I joined to say this. So you were talking about unfollowing a bunch of channels and how you were getting sick of a lot of wrestling stuff on YouTube. I've had the same problem because for the last 3 years, every night before I go to bed, I watched something like NWA 1985, or I would watch WCW Thunder, or I would watch, just one of a dozen things, and I finally feel like I've watched everything that YouTube had to offer for free. Sunday Night Heat, and I've worked my way up to Shotgun Saturday Night, and I'm just sick of it. I need something new to watch. I watch every fucking free wrestling thing on YouTube, and I'm just burnt out. I need something new to watch.
Boy, I know, and this confinement, people are spending way more time watching their stuff on YouTube, and then the supply runs out, and that's awful. Then you go, shit, what do I do now? And then if you go on the general YouTube website, you just hit that YouTube, you get that whole big page after page of stuff you can watch. So I've resorted to going there. I'm so desperate. I've watched so many America's Funniest Home Videos, blooper things, accidents in water, dog accidents. I've watched so damn many of those, and some of them I know I've seen over and over again. But since I'm old, I don't remember, so I might be watching the same fucker over and over again, the same one. I don't.
Plus, if it's that enjoyable to watch, then that means it's a good video.
Means it's a good video, or you're demented.
My usual go-to is movies. Like I'll go and download a pile. I'll go and get a pile of movies, and I'll just sit and kind of work my way through them. And I've usually got a list of movies in the back of my head, always, that I'm sort of compiling and adding to. But that's the thing. It's not been there. There's been nothing there. There's no even the fact that there isn't anything to watch on YouTube. That's one facet, one thing
Just
to talk about, right?
Yeah.
But there's not a want for to like watch anything or search anything. There must be something, right? There must be something, God damn it, on YouTube that will spark my fucking interest. Like, you know what I mean? Somewhere in the world. But I don't want to know about it. I don't care about it. I've got no interest in sitting in front of YouTube and listening to people squabble on for a couple of hours. Thanks for watching, everybody. But like, you know what I mean? It's like it feels. I don't want to say there's something missing, but it kind of feels like that. It feels different. I've heard people say something feels different and they can't explain what it is. Obviously, Gajir is still the same. But like it is. There's a lack of.
It's like a wasteland over a lot of different wastelands and a whole lot of stuff we're doing. You notice? You know, it's like the thrill is gone. Yeah.
Elder Scrolls, John aside, I was. I got into a few games. XCOM I was playing for a little while, and I was eagerly looking forward to playing Elite Dangerous. But again, it was that's I didn't want to invest the time in it. And that was a big thing for me. I knew that if I was going to sit down and play Elite, then it's going to be like a 3-month game or a 4-month game. You know what I mean? I'm going to be in there playing for that amount of time. Pardon me. And at the onset of that, I really didn't want to waste that time, knowing that I probably would have that time, you know, over the summer and stuff like that. So I don't know. There's something about no having the want to put rubbish into my head, I think, during this time where great reflection is a big thing. You know, whether we like it or no, we're all going to be sitting about doing fuck all and playing with our heads, like, you know what I mean? And I think somewhere inside me was telling me I'd rather be doing that with a clean brain rather than sitting there with the troubles of blue avians and fucking UFOs and such forth in there, like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, you're avoiding brain rot, is what you're doing.
Yeah. And there's a lot of it on YouTube.
Yeah, there's a lot of it on Twitter, too. But boy, Twitter, what a kettle of fish that is. You know, Reemsy complains about Facebook. You know, he said, I'd never go to Facebook. It's awful, it's awful, it's awful. But you get to pick what you see on Facebook, unless it's Facebook ads, you know, of course. But you get to pick your friends. On Twitter, you get everybody's stuff, whether you follow them or not. So you get all this. Maybe it's an algorithm that picks things for me to see that are just absolutely bonkers sometimes. And, you know, I don't follow these people, but their shit shows up. But I'm enjoying Twitter. You know, I was really inactive for such a long time because I didn't care about it. But, you know, now I see my friends there and we do shit on Twitter. So, you know, and I can advertise the other stuff if I want. So yeah, I've warmed up to Twitter, but speaking of Reemsy, I have one thing to say to you. I miss you on YouTube, dude.
Oh,
Did I not
That's all
see?
I'm
Did
gonna
I?
say.
Did I not see a Reemsy video on YouTube yesterday?
Yeah, saying he was alive. Well, we know that, but not on YouTube, honey bunny. I miss you there because that other place, I can't remember the other place he is now. It's one of those alternative
Would it be
Daily
D-Live?
Motion. I think it's
Daily Motion land of advertisement.
That sounds like something you do. Or have, I should say.
And you hope it is with daily regularity. Yeah, but he's over there on Daily Motion. But damn, the ads are thick. Because Reemsy wasn't monetized or any of that stuff, he always turned that stuff down. It was smooth as glass. Now you get these advertisements, and I think he told me a way to not do the advertisements. Maybe you have to be. I'm not a member. Maybe that's why I get all the advertisements. But I'm resisting, Reemsy. I'm resisting coming on Daily Motion to see you.
you can watch his videos without making an account.
Oh, I know, but you get the advertisements, and I like to complain about that.
You're gonna get advertisements on YouTube whether you're a member or not, though.
Reemsy never had advertisements on his channel.
Yeah, but I mean everybody else that monetizes.
Oh, well, see, he
They're
wasn't
gonna sell you a
monetized.
Clorox mop or whatever the fuck before they allow you to watch a 10-minute video.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you have to watch 3 ads before the thing shows up that says skip ads.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
That's one of the things that's really annoyed us just recently. Like loads more adverts than usual. There's a couple of comic channels that I watch, and they're about 20-minute videos, and they'll have an ad at the start, an ad in the middle, and an ad at the end. Whereas now there's maybe like 3 adverts through the video, so it's like in quarters now, and it's just like so bloody annoying, like, especially where they put the ads as well. It just seems to be like a time slot thing, so like it doesn't make sense if it's like an ad at like half sentences and stuff like that. Really annoying.
yeah, it's annoying, but the price you pay for free stuff. It ain't really free. It takes your time.
Well, I've never monetized my channel, Robin, so as far as I'm aware, I don't think I get adverts as such, like, on my shows. I think you only get adverts if you monetize, yeah, I guess.
Brandon Young, what do you think of Twitter? What do you think of anything? Geese! I don't know if anybody can see that.
Oh, I can hear them.
Goosies. Maggie.
Maybe I should catch them going this way.
Oh, how cool.
Excellent. A skein, we call that, Sam.
A skin?
A skein, S-K-I-E-N, a skein of geese.
Oh,
Geese.
like yarn.
Aye.
A skein, you buy yarn in skeins.
Ah, there you go. Right, I'm getting mobbed by cats. The cushions don't work. As you can see, Bob's took over the couch, so I'm on the floor at the moment.
Yeah, I kicked you right off. Brandon, what do you think of Twitter? Brandon, unmute your mic, unless you're on the phone.
To one of his many girlfriends, I believe.
Can you hear me?
I
Yes.
can hear you.
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword, Twitter. It has the potential for a bunch of good, but lately it's just a very toxic place to be. You have a lot of people that can hide behind avatars and identities that you don't even know, and can make accusations against people without evidence, without any evidence whatsoever, and go on that, and that can have effects. And so it can be a very toxic place.
Do you know when I first came to Twitter, I think I'd been on for about 2 weeks. And the reason that I'd started Twitter was my partner at the time was on it, and he had showed me wrestling stuff that was coming up in Glasgow. And it kind of made a connection, and I knew some of the guys and stuff. So I started talking to them. And then the next thing I know, within 2 weeks, I'm chatting to William Regal, who was an active superstar at the time in WWE. And he had a love for Les Dawson, who's a British comedian for the 70s. And who I had a love for as well, and we shared a couple of weeks chatting about Les Dawson, and I had sourced him some programmes that I think that he eventually bought. That he'd sent an email saying thanks and stuff. It was really, really crazy, really mad. But that was like my first couple of weeks on Twitter, and I thought this was amazing, just because of the connection that you could make with people that you would never ever make a connection with. And that was like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And now you think about that thing, about making a connection with people that you think you would never... There's no day I could think of you that I wouldn't make a connection with. You know, that's changed. That's another thought process that's changed. Like, you can talk to anybody, and we all know that you can talk to anybody now.
I know, and a lot of my friends and acquaintances have been blocked by Kirstie Alley.
Yeah. Fuck Kirstie Alley.
Yeah, because they're saying, well, what are you talking out your ass, woman? Because she bragged that she voted for Trump. And,
but there's that.
so
but
a series of her blocking people that called her a dumbass.
It must say a lot about fame, eh?
What it says is that the truly, truly famous, powerful people aren't even on Twitter. You know, it's the middle management class of folks out there in the world who are on. But I'm cool with it. You know, I love following like Dan Levy from Schitt's Creek, and you know, and I give him a heart once in a while because
Brandon.
I'm totally in love with that kid.
Brandon, do you remember that blew me away last year? Who is it that retweeted us? It was through you, out of all people, because Brandon knows everybody.
Brandon does indeed know everybody.
I forget.
But there are so many, Davey. Which one are you talking about?
I was going to say Brendan Fraser, but it wasn't Brendan Fraser.
Oh shit! Who was it?
Oh man! Oh, Wolf! Wolf, the guy for Wolf. No Jack Nicholson, obviously. The other one.
Oh fuck.
James Spader. James Spader. When James Spader retweeted something that we had done, and it was the comedy sketch of me taking a piss at, oh, that's a nice fine bottle of whiskey, that, and all the rest of that one. and Brandon put it out, and then James Spader had retweeted it and said it was good or something like that. It's like, fucking James Spader! It's like, oh, yeah. That was, that well psyched me out. I was well chuffed at that. That was dead good. But yeah.
That's fantastic.
So how does Brandon Young know James Spader? Brandon?
Yeah, so we know each other from back in college. He came and visited the University of Massachusetts Amherst for some sort of talk or something like that. And after the show, a bunch of us got together and we took him out to dinner because it includes an honorarium and a dinner. And we sat around, and he revealed to me that he likes to wear women's underpants, and I said, "That's fine, but why you?"
Yes, a wonderful pastime.
Yes, and I said, "That's fine, but why are you telling me in the stall?" You know.
You asshole.
And so that's how we met. No, I don't know. I never met you.
That's just the randomness of Twitter, obviously, and that's that's a good thing, you would think. It's there to give us these fine stories.
I do, and I still will like Twitter. I think a lot of the political shit has kind of made it pretty like polarizing lately, but
No kidding.
And that's understandable. Fuck Trump. That's
Trump. Yeah, it has. I enjoy Twitter. I do it. But,
I liked it because I'm somebody that doesn't do Facebook or anything because I don't really want. I didn't really want to be on a social media platform where everybody from high school follows you. You know what I mean? All your cousins and uncles and shit follow you. I wanted to be on something where I was anonymous, but I could still meet new people that I had, stuff in common with. And it made me realize, Facebook is a place you go to hate people you already know in real life. And Twitter was a place you go to love people you've never met in your whole life.
Oh, I know. That's more like unicorn farts than Facebook is. Yeah, and on my Facebook, I have my cousins, my really ultra-conservative, very religious cousins back east. So they're all on there. It's our only connection. I never see them. I don't fly back for anniversaries or deaths anymore. It's that kind of a relationship because we're all old and I don't give a shit. But they're on there. It's as a courtesy. We're we jolly up on Facebook. Hey cousin, hey cousin. Yeah.
Sometimes sometimes you just want to be anonymous, though.
Sometimes you just want to say whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sometimes you just say it.
Yeah, I don't so much on Facebook, and my kids are on there, my granddaughter's on there. Yeah, so it's more of a family thing for me over there. But Twitter's a free for all. I'm enjoying Twitter, except for the damn political stuff, boy. And you see everybody tweeting the same stuff, and they retweet each other, and they retweet more, and so you see. You scroll down and you're seeing the same political stuff. Yay that you guys you have solidarity. Yay for you. But boy, it clutters up the Twitter feed.
Can I just?
Okay, that's the end of my bitch.
Can I just put out mention? I'm frantically typing in the background. I have just but noticed once again that the last time that we were here, graciously on the Sunday chill, so to speak, in the chat room was an old friend of mine who perchance stays in Orkney and goes by the name of Kit Lindsay. His name's Chris, and he's my ex-boyfriend. But Chris is again in the chat room, and I have been trying to get him in the background to come on and say hello, so I think a little bit of encouragement from everybody here, since Kit is there. We would love to see you in the chat on screen, Kit. I've sent you the link. Don't be shy. Come and say hello. He's got a lovely Arcadian accent. Yeah, and he says he's now challenging me on Facebook by saying he'll make me blush. Chris, just
oh no.
Oh, dude, Chris, come on and make this guy blush. Come on, come sit next to Grandma. Come in. We'll clear off a chair. Come in here and do it to Davey.
Something about being dragged through hedges backwards. I think that means he needs to do his hair. I'm not sure.
Oh dear. He doesn't need to fix that. Yes, he does.
That's why
we want to see you at your best, Chris.
That's why I'm wearing my bonnet tonight, folks. It was unexpected, so I had no time to prepare. So I thought I'll wear my bonnet in good old Scottish fashion.
Because it's a Scottish bonnet.
Well, it's tweed. It's Harris tweed, actually. Very nice. Very nice. An island that I hope to be visiting quite soon for those who don't know, watching Expanding the Process, and those who may have noticed that my surroundings have changed. I'm no longer in Lanarkshire. I was trying to think of the line for Wizard of Oz there, but the cabbage got a hold of me, unfortunately. I have transported myself to the west coast of Scotland, let's say. No more of the lolling fields and the dense woodlands in the valleys of Lanarkshire I dwell. I've moved out to the coast, and I'm living on the coast, on the west coast of Scotland, close to a lot of the Western Isles, Oban and Dunoon, all up the Argyll coast, all up the way to the Western Isles, so to speak, is a place where I used to travel a lot when I was younger. And as the spring and the summer comes on, that's what I hope to be doing. As the saunters, so to speak, maybe sauntering on a little boat, venturing out into the islands on the west coast of Scotland. I'm really looking forward to it, Robin.
Cool.
Have you saw some of the pictures that I've posted up on Twitter about where I am and the surroundings?
Oh yeah, I saw all of them. Just simply lovely.
I don't want to dox myself too much, although I've probably done it hundreds already. Everybody kind of knows where I am, but the west coast here's great because you've got the kind of sea at one side of you, and then on the other side of you, you've got kind of hills going over into the forest parks and into the southern uplands across to Dumfries. It's quite an amazing bit of countryside. It's a wee bit of everything, like, yeah.
Nice, good change of scenery for you. Different pictures you can take, and well, you already have. You've begun, so that's neat. That's neat. I'm looking forward to your venturing out and walking places. And
on my first day here, after seeing the flat and coming down, I came down for a wander about, and the first place I went was straight to the water. And I'm walking along the side of the water, and this will give everybody a wee bit of a clearer picture of where I am. There's a bit on the dock. It's a plaque telling you a little bit about the history of the area, and it says in the plaque that during the Highland clearances, this was where the first boat left to go to America, and it was from here over to New York. Don't know the story off the top of my head right now, or the history, but I'll go down actually and read it out and make a video in one of the saunters I do over the next week or so. But I thought it very poignant in the height of doing the chill. We pondered on the American chill, and I just like to say that dream, that possibility is not lost to me. I'm going to make that happen. And in the thought of coming down here and kind of seeing that plaque, it kind of put a bit of a smile on my face, like, you know what I mean? To have somewhat of a connection going back to America again, yeah.
That's really cool. But then it doesn't escape me that, okay, that's where the first ship launched to come to America, and I'm wondering under what circumstances, why the fleeing, why were so many giving up everything and willing to get on that boat to come to the completely unknown with such expectations. And I'm wondering about the stories of the people who took that first boat.
Yeah.
You know, that plaque will forever commemorate. I think that's just touching. And
I think as much as the Highland clearances were a huge power grab and stuff, and there's loads of kind of political story and intrigue to it, a lot of sadness in it, a lot of families getting broke up and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people that still saw America as being the land of hope and glory, you know, that still saw dreams, you know.
Oh yeah, my ancestors, yeah, that's what they saw, you know, the land of plenty, the land of opportunity, and God, so many of them came to America just to become indentured servants. Many of them, that's certainly in my family. But still it was better. Still, even at that, it was better than what they left. But yeah, boy, so many stories, so many. Oh,
it makes you think in this sort of time that we're in. It's weird. I was out earlier doing a bit of shopping and walked by a travel agent's, and they've got, you know, the packages in the window with sale after sale after sale, and it's like prices crashing and stuff like that. And I just thought, man, nobody's travelling, nobody's going anywhere. You know what I mean? And like, how long's that going to last? I wonder how much that affects people's imagination as to, like, dreams, hopes and aspirations, you know?
Oh, they're gone. They're
Yeah.
gone. For all of us. That is just not a thing right now. Because, you know, it's like we're assured of having everything jerked out from under us. And, you know, there are no plans to be made, really, because you can't make plans. There's no finite thing to this. Nobody sees an endpoint so that they can make plans. You know, they're hopeful, but it's bleak. You know, it's sort of a bleak hopefulness I'm seeing in people. You know, maybe in other parts of the world, no, it's not any different. I can't say that. I don't think it's any different. But yeah, back with those aspiring who wanted to go on to a better life and come to America. It ain't so anymore.
Well, it is with me. And it'll never change for me. I still, it's, if for nothing else, there's natural wonders that I want to see, you know?
Sure.
Stuff that I want to experience.
Yeah, for the pleasure of it. Yeah, just the travel and the pleasure of it.
And again, I think that's maybe one of the things that we're losing, or it's certainly one of the things I feel that we're losing, is this insight to imagine, you know, God-given right to fucking imagine, you know. In a time like this, when we're sitting no doing anything, it could probably be the most powerfulest thing that we've got, you know what I mean? Is to just sit and let our imaginations run free and run riot. I know a lot of yous have been sick, I know a lot of yous have been distracted with stuff, you know, I'm one of them, I've just fucking moved house for fuck's sake, you know. But
I think it's a good time for, you know, it's like you said, we're all sitting at home right now anyway. You might as well use this time to create, you know, to write, to film, to do anything, you know, make music, paint. It could be anything, because I do believe that this will go away. It might be 3 years before it goes away, but I do think COVID will go away, and you know, in the meantime, there's no reason not to take advantage of you know, the free time, especially if you're just a creative person. It could be a good opportunity, because you make this stuff, and when this finally goes away, you have, you know, a substantial resume, if you will, to fall back on.
Yeah, it's a good time to live in your head, and do imagine and do you know, little plots, and you know, boy, when I'm able to, I can do. Yeah, boy, I'm dying to go on a road trip with my kids again. You know, that's one of the biggest things I miss, not seeing my kids, because we had a regular gang up, especially in October, over the years, different times, celebrations. Boy, do I miss that. Jeez. Yeah, yeah. So we post memories on Facebook of, you know, the creme brulee we had in this little, you know, on the Central Coast. Yeah, you know, just deer on the side of the, you know, so Facebook memories, you know, that's yeah, reliving all that shit.
We'll be able to again one day. We just need to be careful so people don't get sick and die. But,
we don't want to go any place where we're going to die or cause
but
it.
You know what I mean? Like,
of course. Yeah.
must have been.
If you go anywhere, just don't come to Florida. I promise. It's not. Palm Springs is not as good as it sounds.
You weren't. You don't tell me to shut up, Sam. Obviously, if I'm talking out of turn, but like you never had COVID, eh? There was other stuff. How did it feel? If I don't mind if I can ask, you know, how did it feel, sort of being that ill, but knowing that, you know, it wasn't the big ill that was out there that was doing everybody else, but no you. You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird position to be in, isn't it?
It was very weird, because a lot of the symptoms I had were like people would think it was COVID, you know, a fever and a cough and stuff like that. And then when I found out, that's not what it was, I got tested for COVID 4 different times. Now, it's been over 2 weeks, or even longer than that, really, since I got the last one, but they all came back negative. So I've never had COVID, and I don't have the antibody either, so it's not like I ever caught it and didn't, caught it and then healed from it. So, I mean, it is kind of dangerous, if I get it now. But,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but you're self-isolating, and right? And
yeah.
Yeah, you see doctors, medical staff, and that's it.
Pretty much. That's been my life for about the last 3 months at least.
Well, I think it's kept you safe.
I hope so. Yeah, I've tried to be at least. It's just I've been doing this. I've been sitting at home since March, so it's getting old real quick.
Getting old real quick, and YouTube is pissing you off.
Yeah. It hasn't pissed me off. It's just kind of lost a little bit of its entertainment value.
Pizzazz. Apart from when Lord Josh graces us with a video, then the pizzazz is put straight back into YouTube again. But yes,
Aquatic bastards.
Aquatic bastards, folks.
God.
Folks watching this now, later or live, if you have not seen or been entertained by the great Lord Josh Allen, please go to his YouTube channel, Lord Josh Allen, and watch immediately Aquatic Bastards. Aquatic Bastards is fucking brilliant. Just enough said.
It is fucking brilliant. That is the most entertaining, dazzling production he has done to date. And he's already good at this stuff, you guys. Irons, Dangerfield. But Aquatic Bastards, that is his finest work, you guys. It is mind-blowing. This kid is brilliant and creative, and geez. Okay, if anybody in the chat, I'm not looking at the chat. I need to look at the chat. If anybody has the link, post it. Any mod in the chat? Who's the mod over there?
I'm sure Jonathan might be able to acquaint us with that link. Please, Jonathan, if you can, that'd be good.
Oh, well, hell, I'm a mod. I can do it.
Quick, before Robin gets it. It's a race.
Okay, it's a race, Jonathan. Okay. I'm really going to go over there and do this. Okay, so it's... Okay.
I happened to jump into a channel the other day there that I hadn't been in quite some time. I was just kind of popping in for a wee hello, how are you do kind of thing. And it happened to be that I was a mod in this particular channel. And I went in with one of my old phrases straight away.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Yeah.
Was that Aquatic Bastards?
That was his intro, but I gotta... all you have to do is type in... Okay, so did Jonathan beat me yet?
Jonathan beat you, Robin.
Oh, shit. Damn it!
It's because she's a pensioner, Jonathan. You're just that damn quicker.
Jonathan was on it.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan. I knew I'd get somebody to do it.
What happened to Brandon Young? Where did he go?
He disappeared, Brandon.
Yeah, he dropped out. Oh, Brandon.
Maybe I'll come back. I'll check Twitter again and see if he's there.
Okay,
Brandon!
Jonathan says, take that, Robin. Pew, 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 pew. Ah, he got me. Yeah.
I will say that I did surprise everybody by bringing... Sam didn't even know we were live when we came on, to be honest.
Yeah.
We were surprising everybody with the Sunday Chill this week. I was just kind of sitting thinking about it, and I put some tunes on, and I get really excited when I heard the whole Sunday Chill tune, and I was like, oh God, we're doing the Sunday Chill. And that's kind of how we happened to be here tonight. But no matter what happens, it's all good. We're having fun, we're relaxed, and we're chilling, and it's a Sunday, and we are very glad to be back. Or I should say, I am very glad to be back. We will be back again next Sunday as well with a more organised version of this. Now that I have OBS all working and stuff, it's really, really good. And I will say just one more time, there's another kind of half hour, maybe 40 minutes left of the show, but I will say one more time, Kit Lindsay, please come on. It'd be really nice to speak to you. And we would love to hear that lovely Orcadian accent that you have. Wouldn't we, folks?
Absolutely. Please
Uh,
come.
I've never tried so hard to get somebody on my show before. You guys know, that I can get people to come on the show usually. It's the thing. I can usually talk people on. But, like, for some reason, this is now the third attempt, I think. And I know he's in the chat room, so, like, what's your problem? You know what I mean? Go in here.
yeah, come on. Maybe he's using hair products and it has to dry and he has to fluff.
It used to take
Maybe
ages.
it
It used to take
didn't.
ages doing all of that stuff. He was always prepping himself. I'll
Yeah.
say no more. I'm not going to go down that road at all. It's ridiculous.
Jonocide could come on.
Johnny said, Johnny said, come on, we'll slag off wrestling. Sam was asking me what I thought of Moxley and stuff, Johnny said, and I tell him, absolute rubbish. It was absolute pants. AEW has been absolute pants recently. It's just her trying to be WWE. That variety, Robin. You like a bit of variety in your cereal in the mornings, don't you? Or a bit of variety
All
in
the
your
Monster
meals.
cases of those little boxes that have like Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks.
Yeah, Frosted Flakes.
Mm.
Heck yeah. Yeah, those itty bitty things. Do you know that you can open the box on the side and pour the milk right in it?
No, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's awesome, though. I want to try it. But
Yeah, if you notice on the side of the little boxes, there's a perforation where you can like stick a spoon or a fork in that perforation and break through the wax paper,
wait.
and
So-
you can pour milk in it.
So like all the cereal in the box just be like a pint of milk.
No, yeah,
No, these are like
they're
this
tiny.
big.
Oh, I thought they were like cereal boxes. I thought it was
No, they're little one-third boxes, and you get 6 or 8 of them. It's called the Kellogg Variety Pack, and yeah, unless
That's the one with the big cock on the box, isn't it?
it really is.
It's got a big cock on the side of the box.
Yeah, so it's the cock snack pack. Yeah, they also have a
Cock snack pack.
separate. Yeah,
It's a bit of a mouthful.
With what sugared Rice Krispies, the sugary Rice Krispies, all those, and corn pops, and all. But then there's the breakfast variety pack, and look on the side of the boxes and see if they're still doing that perforation where you could just punch through it, open it up, and pour the milk in.
Aitken Drum in the chat room says that my adult son is addicted to Special K. I'm sure that's a cereal, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good cereal. I like the plain Special K. I don't like any, and I like Cheerios too without any sugar and stuff.
Hey, Aiken
because-
Drum. I just want to say hello to him real quick because
Hi, Aiken Drum.
Why, Johnny said, come and tell us why you don't eat cereal anymore. I love shredded wheat. I have 3 shredded wheat, but I'm a bit of a porridge man. I've always had my porridge in the morning, and I just like porridge to be porridge. Sometimes in the summertime, I'll be a wee bit frisky and I'll put some strawberries in there or some raspberries, but like only in the summertime. I like my porridge straight, so to speak.
I'm not gonna lie, the Special K, the frosted Special K with the freeze-dried strawberries in it are fucking low-key amazing.
Yeah,
You can't even tell it's like a diet food. It just tastes like, what it sounds like.
It's Special K for dieting.
Yeah, they're supposed to be, because you have regular Kellogg's, which are just cornflakes, and then you have Frosted Flakes with Tony the Tiger, but then you have Special K, which to be honest, I really don't know what they do to it to make it different or healthier, quote unquote, for you. But
I love the
it's
way
like
that you
diet
described it
version
with
of
Tony the
Kellogg's.
Tiger.
Huh?
I love the way that you described it with Tony the Tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Genocide, I don't eat cereal anymore either, but I remember that I always liked Special K. I loved Rice Krispies, the snap crackle. But yeah, I'd rather have eggs. I'd rather have a sandwich for breakfast, or last night's pasta, or leftover tacos. I don't do breakfast food. I almost hate pancakes. I
Oh,
almost.
what's wrong with you, you heretical woman?
I know. I know.
I pour out before I go to
love
bed a pint of milk
pancakes.
and put my oats out before I go to bed, and then like let them soak in the milk. Or sometimes if I'm being really luxurious, I'll get cream and just let them soak in cream, and then just heat that up in the morning, and it's so fucking yummy, so fucking yummy.
Oh,
If you want to be fancy, just put a wee bit of syrup in it or something. But I don't. You bet a wee bit of salt is all you need. But some people put like fruit and shit and all that in it as well. But you don't need all that stuff.
this morning I had a fried egg and Swiss cheese, melted cheese sandwich with mayonnaise and salt and pepper, lots of pepper.
You would have loved me yesterday, Robin. I made myself. I got cauliflower cheese. I made cauliflower cheese, and I got like a pie casing. So I put the cauliflower cheese into the pie casing, and then I put like oats over the top of it, and I baked that in the oven like a crumble in a pie. And then I get mozzarella and goat's cheese and put that on top of the crumble, and it was like fucking amazing. A wee bit of a wee bit of red onion marmalade on top of it as well. It was like fucking.
Oh shoot!
That was some new potatoes and a wee bit of asparagus. That was my tea last night. It was like so yummy.
Dang, that sounds really good. Yeah. Okay, John's side had chicken fried steak, but went out after the grannies.
Oh.
What? Chicken fried steak.
You were saying you were thinking about doing a recipe book on the grannies, Robin, yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's going to be part of our Patreon. We're going to share recipes. My kids have been after me for a really long time about writing down my recipes, before I'm dead. Because, yeah, I'm a pretty good cook. And so, that on Patreon. Yeah. So
I was telling you yesterday as well, just while we were talking last night. I found my granny or my great granny's cookbook, or one of them. There's actually two of these.
Amazing.
There's actually two of them. There's another one kicking about. This is the one I pulled out last night, and yeah, I still haven't deciphered any of the writing and stuff in it. But like it's all full of like wee notes and bits of newspaper clippings and stuff and so on and so forth.
Great.
But the actual thing itself's about 150-year old, so it's like recipes have been handed down through my family and stuff. It's really cool. I'm going to photocopy some of them if I can. I needed my printer out, and I'm going to send them off to you as well, so you can have a look at them, see what's there.
Oh, that's great, and because we're also going to maybe invite some of our friends to show up with maybe their favorite family recipe that they make themselves. It's not going to be anybody clipping something, off the internet saying, "Ooh, look at this," and we talk about it. No, it's going to be something that our friends actually cook, that they love.
I'm going to make pancakes. No, I'm just kidding.
It'll be an equal opportunity.
Have you not got some mad Cajun pancake recipe, Sam?
Cajun pancakes?
I don't know why I said Cajun
Are they
pancakes.
spicy?
I don't know why I said that. I just kind of thought that's what you would be doing, man.
Oh, I know. I instantly thought of a crepe or a Danish.
I was thinking of like a spicy pancake, and I was like,
Yeah,
what
no,
would that taste like?
Yeah, you can get
I would
spicy
try
crepe.
it. I'll try and make it in ones.
I had the weirdest thing that back in October last year, I think, and I don't know if it's an American thing or not, but like it was a waffle, but it was a pizza.
Wow.
That's just mad. It was like cheese and tomato, but just a margarita, yeah. But instead of a pizza base, they made it on a waffle. And it was just weird.
That's not right. That's as bad as
good.
And in the UK, we have it's kind of a thing now in shopping centres here. We have some mad wee American ice cream parlour place or whatever. Like they say that's all American stuff, and I think they're kidding on. But it was like, I can't remember what it was, but that's what it was like. and it was all waffles. Everything was waffles with everything.
Oh yeah.
And then,
okay.
yeah, and then they had this like savoury bit, and I was like, "Oh, a waffle pizza, that'll be good." No, it was just weird.
No.
But like, I
can't
always wondered
imagine.
if that was like an American thing, because like I've not seen the
No,
adverts for
there
that.
are things like there's a burger that's extremely fattening. Like you could probably maybe eat like 2 of them a year and not get a heart attack. But it's called the Luther, and it has
Oh.
the bun is a donut cut in half with a donut on top, donut on the
Oh,
bottom.
jeez.
And let's see, what's another one like
Double
that?
donut
Like,
sandwich.
we have some stuff that makes the pizza waffle seem normal. Chicken and waffles, like that's a big thing.
That's a
like,
big thing here. Chicken and waffles. I never thought of putting those two things together,
No.
but boy,
it's
they're
started with
everywhere.
Food restaurants, and then all the companies started like KFC and shit started selling it. It's just I
Oh,
think
yeah.
Church's Chicken's done it for a while though.
Churches, yeah, lots of local. They're all over Los Angeles. Those chicken and waffle places, and I've ordered it. Delivery at the office, and I always separate them out. I do not eat my chicken with that waffle. I'll take it out and wrap it up and put it.
Throw away, Robbie. Throw that damn waffle away. Just I'm having chicken, and I will
But
not
you can
have
still
waffle
eat
with
the
it.
two as a combo of a meal and not make it a sandwich. You know?
But
Yeah,
you know,
or-
separate
or-
it up and have like your waffle as pudding afterwards.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's
Yeah,
Or
that.
just treat the waffle like a biscuit or something.
Well, I just put the syrup and butter on the waffle and eat it like a waffle. But then later for lunch, I'll have the chicken. 2 separate meals. I will
When
not
a waffle's a
pour
waffle,
syrup on
you
chicken.
can't be anything else but a waffle. So that's it.
Chicken and waffles.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah. Okay, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Okay. That's a damn shame because I really need to pee. I've been doing that for 10 minutes trying to fit in. You're in charge. But like,
Okay.
I missed my cue since she fucking been. See, since she started doing her show, she's got really fucking good at this, Sam. And she just leaves you.
I appreciate you not leaving me alone because if you did, it would probably be an awkward like 5 minutes.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave you to the mercy of Bob and Gajira in the background.
So guys, what did you think about Moxley versus Murdoch?
Jonas said he's been in the chat room shouting about wrestling since we invited him in to talk about wrestling. So, like, if you want to talk about wrestling, come in, Jonas said, and we'll talk about wrestling. But Jonas said, I'll go back here and read out some of what Jonas said's comments were on wrestling. I seen something about Brody Lee. I think it was Darby Allin and Dark Order stuff. That was his 2 comments about wrestling. Darby Allin and Dark Order stuff. Dark Order stuff. I don't know, Jonas said, if you watch Being the Elite. But everything that happens on AEW Dynamite with the Dark Order looks great. And then they go on Being the Elite and they act like pure dicks. In their own words, pure dicks. All this stomping about, Brody Lee shouting. What was he doing? Flashing his stuff to, like, the other guy's dad and talking about the other guy's dad getting circumcised and stuff like that. But what's that got to do with the price of cheese, if you pardon the pun there? But, like, you know what I mean? And that's comedy for you, Mr. Brody Lee, so fuck you. What's it got to do with wrestling? It's got nothing to do with fucking wrestling. It's no even character development because the characters that they portray on Being the Elite are nothing like the characters that they portray on. Like the Brody Lee that's on Being the Elite isn't the Brody Lee that leads the Dark Order on Dynamite. You know what I mean? It's 2 different fucking characters, and it's just stupid.
Maybe it just breaks. Even though they're just goofing around and everything, maybe it's because it breaks kayfabe.
That's it exactly, Sam. They're goofing around, you know, and there's no need for it. I think it's ruining. Well, let's not say it's ruining wrestling. Wrestling was ruined a long fucking time ago, but it's not doing it any favours. Yeah.
Davey,
Yeah.
in the live chat, Aiken Drum asked if anybody can pop up on your panel.
If Aiken Drum wants to jump in and say hello, he can. I'm sure I can sort that out.
Mr. Aiken Drum.
Yeah, I don't really know who you are, Aiken Drum, but you'll be welcomed.
I know who he is. He's a good guy.
Yeah, we've saw him in chat room quite a few times. I'm trying. How do you have a? Can you send?
I can send him one on Discord.
Excellent. There you go, Sam.
Okay, there we go.
Sam will sort you out. Hopefully.
Are people still over there on Discord?
Discord is like where it's popping right now.
The place to be.
I
was actually considering on that being a way forward for expanding the process. Sam. Finally, just going to Discord and then using Discord to stream the chill. I'm still playing about with the idea. I might do this, folk. We might all end up going to Discord and leaving YouTube altogether.
Well, maybe not all of us. I'm going to hang on to YouTube until the last dog.
I'll still be putting my videos out on YouTube. But as far as live shows go, my live shows may just go straight to Discord now. So
yeah, boy, I tried to go on Discord a couple of times. Maybe I was successful once or twice, but every time I went over there was nobody there, and I really don't know all the workings of it, so I never go over there. I never do. There's somebody.
Can I jump in and say, just for the first time, hello and welcome to the Sunday Charlie. How you doing, sir?
Doing really well.
You're in a shed.
I'm in a shed that's in a shed.
I like your shed.
You're in a shed inside of a shed, okay?
The possibilities are endless.
I'm double shedded.
Is this for any reason of worry, or is it just for convenience? Shedding in a double shed. Is it for convenience, or is there a worry behind this double shed?
I'm a design engineer. I design electronic equipment.
Excellent.
I'm working on a project that I can't talk about for a very wealthy man somewhere, but all this gear and everything that I'm doing
fascinating
is I'm in the shed in a rural area in New Zealand.
Wow.
The South Island, New Zealand, developing highly sensitive electronic equipment.
Cool, man. That sounds wholly fascinating.
That's all you should say about it.
That's all I should say.
I saw you in the chat several times, Aitken. It's lovely to have you here. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. If not, tell me otherwise.
Yeah. You're also known as Rumblefish.
I think I know you as Rumblefish. A few channels.
You've seen me around. I've been around for several years.
Sam knew that.
I've talked to Sam. Great to see you again.
Everybody knows either Sam or Brandon.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
You guys just seem to be having fun. I'm in a lot of different chats and channels and bits and pieces. Typically wading through all sorts of shit. So it's nice to see some people actually having fun for a change.
We have an old rule. This is an old time show that I used to do. I think you know I used to do the Sunday Chill previously, so it's a bit of a comeback for me tonight. But we have an old rule in the Sunday Chill. Nobody knows what they're here to talk about. Nobody comes in with any agendas, plans or whatever, and it is just exactly that. It's just a conversation, just a chill. And yeah, it's glad to hear you say what you say. I like what you say. That's good. I'm happy.
It's cool. It's cool.
So what you been up to? That you can tell us about, not secretive stuff, but what have you been up to the past couple of? How you doing with what's going on and stuff and all the rest of it?
I'll tell you what we do. Like I live in New Zealand. Right? And I live at the top, like we're really imaginative, so we have 2 islands. We've got a couple more, but They're called the North Island and the South Island. Just in case we forgot where they were.
I don't know if you know.
And
Do you know Enjoy Being?
Yeah, enjoy being lives on the North Island.
Dwayne was a good, Dwayne was a good friend with some. Yeah.
Yeah, Enjoy Being is he works in the fringes of the movie industry, and he is a set painter and an artifact creator. He makes those trees look real in the Hobbit movies. And
oh, really? Oh, really? Well, where I'm sitting right now, imagine Lord of the Rings. Okay, imagine Lord of the Rings. Okay, and there's a scene. It's the end of the second book where, oh no, it's kind of like weird. It's weird how they broke the movies up.
Won't Brandon be kicking himself?
But imagine that Samwise Gamgee and Frodo have seen Mordor for the first time. They haven't gone across the plains yet. They haven't done anything, and they see this mountain in the distance, way in the distance, and it's Mordor, right? Well, I live on the other side of that mountain. I actually live in Mordor. I'm part of the despotic forces of orcs.
That's why you're in a shed in a shed.
this is
And my wife manages. I do electronics and high-tech electronic stuff. And my wife, she manages our hobby farm. We've got currently 93 lambs.
Wow.
That we've just helped.
That's some
bring
hobby.
into the world. So there you go. And so we've got probably about 200 sheep.
Is it all sheep? Yeah.
You know, yeah. They're our sheep. I think that's what you
Yeah, all sheep. I said,
Does it get really cold there? And do you have shearing season?
It doesn't really get all that cold here relative to going down to
It's
the
New
south.
Zealand, Robin.
Like we don't get snow where I am here at the moment. We don't really get snow here, but it gets very dry in the summer. We get droughts over summer. So it's kind of like the opposite to that.
And
yes, we do sharing. We'll do sharing in 2 months. I hate sharing.
And then do you process? Do you get the wool process? Is the missus involved in the end result of the shearing?
My wife recently got given a spinning wheel.
My gosh!
And we have one.
Hey, can you wipe on the granny show?
We have one black sheep on the property, and she keeps the wool from that black sheep. We've got principally Suffolk sheep.
Nice. I know what they are.
She's kept that very black. We've got one very black sheep, and she kept the fleece from that and got that. I think it's called carded. Where they do all that stuff. And now she's got this bag. She's got this bag of fluffy wool.
Excellent.
She's got to hold like this as she's going like that with her foot.
Spinning Jenny. We call that a spinning jelly.
Driving her crazy.
We call it a spinning Jenny.
Lovely. Does she skirt her own wool? Does she skirt it? Because that's a nasty job. Before you,
I wouldn't know what the skirting thing is. I think she paid for somebody to do that.
Oh yeah, you need to pay somebody to do that because that's like getting rid of the stuff that has poop on it, and the nasty stuff off the hindquarters. That's what skirting is. You get rid of the hire somebody to do that.
I tell you what. Oh, I don't know if you can see that, but do you see my thumb there?
Oh.
Yeah.
Now you see how there's a little rip there, and there's a dot. Well, I had to give 93 sheep a B12 injection yesterday, and one of them moved, and the
Oh, the
whiteboard
needles.
needle,
Ow.
the whiteboard needle went into my thumb there,
And out there.
and out there, and then ripped. It's ripped a 5mm slice of ginseng.
Oh, boy.
And I'll tell you what, it's you just think, oh, it's just a needle thing. No, that's not where you want to get a needle hitting your bone.
Aye. Ow.
Yowie.
Back in my younger
sure,
days,
still
back
sure.
back in my younger days when I started off at agricultural college, and trying to be a young countryside ranger, they were trying to teach me how to be a farmer, and I sort of rebelled against it a wee bit, and I ended up going kind of down the forestry and the gamekeeping route. But I had to do an element of agriculture. It was a must do because of the college. So sheep were the thing that I took up. And I actually, after about straight away, I really enjoyed working with sheep. And I found myself instead of, I would do like 4 month period working in a section of agriculture. So it would 4 months of beef, 4 months of milking, 4 months a day in sheep, 4 months a day in arable. And instead of doing all the beef, milking, arable stuff, I just continuously done sheep, yeah? So, I really liked it. 3 year, working in various different farms and stuff, all throughout the calendar, working in every aspect of the calendar year as a shepherd. And I really enjoyed it, and I always kind of thought that would be my retirement plan. Kind of always saw myself as a crofter, bringing on maybe in the islands or something, and having a herd of kind of 100 blackface or something like that. But yeah, nice life, man.
I mean, it's very stereotypical, isn't it? The Kiwi with a sheep farm. And then if there was an Aussie on the panel right now, he'd be doing rather rude sheep jokes. He'd be asking me if I've got gum, never mind.
Is all this stuff that you do for the wool then? Are you into kind of any rare breeds or anything like that?
We could, when my wife and I started with that. You see, we've done this out of choice. We've kind of gone from. I've worked all over the world in tech and places, and.
You should help me with OBS.
Sorry?
You should help me with OBS.
I don't know. When it comes to multimedia, that's one area where I
jest.
Yeah, that's the other end of the spectrum.
So so most of my stuff is like the chips rather than the application.
Yeah, the end result and the usable product where people are users. Yeah.
I went. We were in Melbourne, and I was working away doing stuff on Ultra HD chips and things like this. And my daughter, my oldest daughter, my adult daughter, got sick with stage 3 Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Jinx, yeah.
Oh dear Jesus!
And so when we were planning on never coming back to New Zealand, and then we decided, well, that kind of wakes you up and makes you think, oh, shit, maybe family's a bit more important. So
what's important?
We made a decision to come back to where to my hometown, which is where she lived. And there's not a lot of electronic stuff here, in this place. So so we just we took a huge hit in just about every way, and came back, and we've decided that this is for us. And so we live a very we've decided, if anything, we want to move further away from society.
It's funny.
We're loving it.
It's funny. It's funny when it's funny when you describe taking a huge hit to make the change that you've made. Yeah. I don't mean to be funny, and it's sort of jumping a bit deep, but some people would see that as being a sacrifice, or a payment made to get to a better way, rather than seeing the negative to it as being a hit to you, like, you know, or a loss to you or something like that.
Yeah, it's about, there's a balance.
Yeah.
You pay this, you get that. You give this up, you gain this. Yeah, and sometimes we hit it lucky, and it's a good change. It's a good decision, and you go to that edge of your light, and you take that other step, and and then yay when it works. I celebrate that.
Guys, I've been sitting dying to pee since Robin went away to pee last time. She jumped in front of me. Sam knows this. We had this conversation. So with that being said, Sam, I don't know if you're able to control her, but you know what? You're in charge.
I'm in charge. I don't know if anybody is in charge of Robin.
No, Sam, you can always control me, baby.
And what you just said, Roland, I'm sitting here quietly having Krista Berg Don't Pay the Ferryman. Sometimes you don't want to pay the price, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's a little too steep. Yeah. That's
Being left in charge of the Sunday chill was it's a big task.
Responsibility.
Can be
Are you
overwhelmed.
up to this?
Huh?
Are you up to this responsibility?
I was gonna mention, I know Davey's not here, but I was gonna mention, like, it's really interesting how small the world it is, just because I remember I met you on the Lepo Discord of all things, and we started talking about a little bit about the occult, and then I found out you've been watching Davey on the Sunday Chill for quite some time. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, so you saw me show my ass a whole bunch of times on the Sunday show.
I wouldn't say if I had.
Well, you are quite the gentleman, thank you, and a scholar, thank you so much. Okay, I didn't know that you had history with Davey. Oh, my God.
I kind of like, in a lot of cases, with the way YouTube works, I actually pick the channels that I interact with very carefully.
Yeah.
There's a couple of reasons why I do that. Number one, without being conspiratorial or anything like this, if you don't, the one thing that you've got in control with YouTube is like being a design engineer and designing a lot of control systems and things like this.
Mm-hmm.
I know that one of the main requirements of control is feedback. So if you actually deny yourself the privilege, the pleasure of actually participating in live stream chats, then there is no feedback control loop. To enable any kind, you're not being part of that loop, right?
Yeah, it's the fear of missing out, FOMO.
Yeah. So don't fear missing out. 90% of the things that people say in live streams, they usually regret anyway. So if I think that a stream is just trying to dick with me, and that they're messaging, I won't watch them, and I won't interact usually, or I'll interact in a very, very one-way sort of ambiguous way.
Conservative, yeah.
Well, why respond directly to anything? There's no requirement. In a lot of cases, you find that there are groups of people who are actually looking for response, because they're actually looking for the target is, magic. The you get the victim to do all the work. Right. Right. So you
that's
get the
breaking it down.
You know that a lot of the people here who are up in arms and a lot of the stuff that goes on when you actually look closely at it, they're actually ultimately they're the victims. When you actually look at when you look at a lot of the targeting that's going on and things like this, and the ones with the biggest mouths, look who's giving the money out, and then you'll see who is targeted.
And in regard to internet victims, those victims choose that role.
Yeah.
And they chose that role the minute they hit the go live.
And on that point, I'll just cough there before I start talking. Man, Aitken have been here for a very, very long time. The Sunday Chill and expanding the process is well known amongst these halls, I may say. Not even talking about my low subscriber count or anything like that. I'm known as the Mad Welshman or whatever. I don't know. I don't care. Many things have been said. Many things have been claimed.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
You're still here, and you did hit that live button. Sometimes we open ourselves wide for those kinds of.
I've said it for the very, very beginning, long before even you guys met me. There was 3 to 4 years of work deleted off of YouTube because I just couldn't give a damn. I just get fed up with it, and I'll get fed up with it again at one point because you know what, this can be a struggle. Know this. No YouTube. Life can be a fucking struggle. One of the main videos that I used to do was my mental health diary, for fuck's sake. I've never been one to shy away from my own life. And I've never been one to shy away from not putting it out there, not telling the story. Not that I think there's a story to be told, but we all have a story per se, and we all have the ability to learn off of each other.
And isn't it unfortunate that much of that soul bearing and your honesty and your candor can be used as ammunition?
That's the thing, Robin. Everything, like almost what Aitken was saying, everything that you put out to video, everything that comes out this fleshy thing that we call a fucking mouth, everything is ammunition to somebody. Well, load up your fucking guns, because I tell you'll fucking need them, Like Batfink once said, "You cannot harm me, my wings are like a shield of steel." Go fuck yourself. The Sunday Chill returns, and that's testament in the final, I nearly said lost word, but I mean last word on all this. We go forward. Because that's what we fucking do. We're no called expanding the process for nothing. We go forward.
And it's only YouTube.
It's only fucking YouTube. Yeah, totally.
It's only fucking YouTube.
Hiya! Hello in the background, sneaky person.
Who's that?
My wife, and she's bringing me lemon ginger.
Lemon ginger in my
kiss. I am recovering from a really bad cold.
Oh, I hope you're well, man.
I hope you feel better.
Well,
no, I think.
You guys make a really cute couple. I love her haircut. Where did she get a haircut? How did she get it?
I love.
Okay, I want to know her hookup.
Hold on. Shush, Robin. Shut the fuck up. I've not said that in fucking ages. See, this is me now taking control now. I'm getting into the swing of things again, Robin. Shut the fuck up. Aitken, I love how you've jumped in tonight. Shh. I love how you jumped in tonight, Aitken. It's in the spirit of how we do things here in the Sunday Chill. Always, in the olden days, used to chuck the hangout into the chat room. I'm a bit wiser now, and I'm cautious about who comes in a wee bit, obviously. But it's still free and open for anybody that wants to come in and join. So I should say that to anybody in the chat room, Stephen, Jonaside, Brandon, anybody that wants to come in, give me a shout or give you the link, come in and have a chat with us. That's what it's all about. This friendly conversation, this banter. And it might get heated between people at times, but that's alright, that's cool. Because it's called the chill. And when things get heated, we can always chill out afterwards, you know. But I thank you for coming in tonight, man. It's great to have a new person coming in on screen when we come back with our first show. So I thank you for that, sir, and thank you so much for coming in.
Oh, fun. Very fun.
No, Robin, you can. Robin can come back and ask you about your dear wife now, in the lovely lemon ginger tea.
Robin, are you Robin? Is that the Eagles song?
That's right. The famous Robin Eagle song that used to be a flower pot.
I've actually sat there watching, I think, a couple of Robin's streams.
Okay, I'm back.
The Granny's show. We're doing your bit now. We're promoting the show. Aitkins just realised who you are because he didn't recognise you for the flower pot, obviously.
Okay, I forgot to plug in my headphones when I sat back down. I missed that
Cheers,
whole
everybody.
What did you say?
I said
I
cheers.
sat there in the background listening to you, Robin, and your stream a couple of times.
Yeah, and oh, bless your heart, thank you. And yeah, I used to be the flower pot until the purple flower pot until I happened upon this great artist who has been doing illustrations for me and Maggie, and I'll tell you that looks exactly like me. I have stringy red hair and wrinkles. So he captured me, and the side jowls. I'm a really old woman, but I used to be the flower pot until we got this graphic. So so we go back a ways. Aiken.
Yeah, possibly. And one thing for you guys to know. Oh, what's that?
That's my granny's badge.
I was just thinking about mine, oddly enough.
It's like having Sam. I don't know if you'll get this, but it's like having a Blue Peter badge. I always wanted a Blue Peter badge, and I never got a Blue Peter badge. So I'm like so chuffed. I've got a granny's pin.
Well, you have it sideways, honey.
Sorry.
Blood is rushing to my head. Okay, yeah, that's Maggie and me.
Love it.
Yay.
Yeah, and so everybody who's been on our show gets a granny pin. Sam has a granny pin.
You don't get anything on expanding the process just before anybody asks. Just saying that there's nothing to be had
here. You
here.
don't get jack shit for being on here, you guys. Just so you know.
One thing about me that sometimes you'll get trollers coming in is that I've done a couple of interviews in the past where I've explained that I'm a former Freemason.
Okay.
So you can feel free to kick me off if you like. I don't have any problem. I mean, I was a Mason for about a dozen years. And
There's somebody else behind you now.
I recently high up in the
I know nothing of the Masons.
Good standing.
I know nothing of the Masons. I know that the lodges obviously are a big thing here in Scotland, and there's a lot of architecture in Glasgow that's really Masonic led. My good friend.
I want to go to Roslin Chapel.
Roslin's a beautiful friend. My good friend Kips. I don't know if you're aware of his channel. You should look him up on YouTube. Does tours of Glasgow, or used to do tours of Glasgow, and he does quite a few Masonic tours of Glasgow. I had an uncle who was I don't know whatever fucking Danny was as it would be in karate. He was like orange belt or whatever it is, the
Orange
equivalent.
belt.
Yeah.
He had an orange belt.
Third degree orange belt.
It was like he's some sort of grandmaster or something in a place called Uddingston in Scotland. I'm probably going to get shot for saying that. But it's alright, I've moved out of Lanarkshire, we're safe.
My dad was a mason, and I think I still even have his tie tack, and I had his ring for a really long time. He was a mason, he was an elk, and he was also a member of the Moose Lodge. Elk Lodge.
Was he a
Moose Lodge,
shapeshifter, Robin?
He was a mason. And so was my granddad before him, so that's my dad's side of the family. They came from a lot. Aiken, who was that?
That's my son, who's.
It's a very busy shed, Aiken.
It is. It's actually. it goes that way quite a way.
I always thought the point of having a shed was to have a place where you could go and be yourself and do shit.
I just want to show you something. Hang on a second. Just watch the screen.
There's going to be like 6 other people around the corner. Watch this.
All right. Show us something. Okay. What is that?
That's a spaceship in there. That's his bed.
Oh my God!
It's like a shelter. It's the shed in the shed.
I want that shed.
Is that like a whole living space back there?
That's a 20 metre. That's a 20 metre. I've got to convert to American. It's about 50 miles. No, about that. It's a 20 metre. It's a 20 metre wide long shed by about 10 metres.
Do I know?
This is a 4 metre. This is basically a 4 metre shed and a 3 metre shed joined together in an L. And I've got. I can manufacture stuff around the corner here in my second shed, but you have to be. There's a degree that you have to pass in order to get through that door. So
we'll make the connection with Aitken coming on and being the first guest on the new Sunday Chill, live from the new flat here, which is, believe it or not, a shed.
It's a shed on top of a building. Davey, is it
inside a shed?
I live in what would appear to be the rooftop apartment of an old Victorian building in an industrial town in the west of Scotland.
Cool.
So I realised I moved in and stuff, and it's been great. But I noticed the other day there's a hole in my kitchen wall that's got a door on it, and I thought it's a strange place for a very small door. And I opened up and stuck my head in, and it's the rafters of the roof. And I was like, oh, this is cool, and I could crawl in about the rafters and the whole, right? So, but being out there looking back at the house, or not looking, you know what I mean, you could see basically the frame of the house, and I'm like, my house is a shed. And it's like the old Victorian timbers and stuff, and I'm like, I've got no concrete walls, it's a shed with slates as a roof. And it's stuck on top of this brick building. I'm like, that's kind of cool. But when I come in, I'm living in a fucking shed. But yeah, so your shed being as massive as it is, this is the kind that you'll not see it on this terrible wee camera. But that's the kind of size I'm 4 metres by 6 metres, and that's it. You know what I mean?
But yeah. Oh, this is cool.
That won't work on that camera. But
you know, what a cozy little place, except for being a shed on the top of
yeah.
I
will say though, it's a Victorian shed, so it's lasted quite a long time. You know, I think I'll probably be here for a lot longer than any of us, probably. To be honest.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. Okay. Did Maggie crash? Is Maggie still in the chat? I can't see.
I think Maggie left and went to bed ages ago, Robin, yeah.
Oh, really? Because I have these 2 tabs open and I wasn't seeing the chat. Okay, Stephen Ronan. Hi, Stephen Ronan's here.
Hey, Steve Ronan.
Okay, cool. Oh, he says he's going. Somebody said, later, Ronan. Hello. Thomas Sheridan says, Rosalind Chapel, feel Roslyn Chapel. What is Roslyn Chapel?
I stayed about 30 mile away from Roslyn when I was living in Carluke, and I was always wanting to go up and do a video up there. So like, there's a few things about Roslyn. One of the big things, the Dan Brown book. So in the Dan Brown books, Roslyn's mentions there's a connection to the Templars and stuff like this. The chapel itself has got thousands of depictions, all up on pillars and around the walls, and they're all supposed to be coded depictions, leading to where maybe the Holy Grail is. There's various different stories about it. One of the intriguing things that I knew was there's a burn that runs by the chapel about 1.5 miles away from the chapel, and it curves around where the chapel's built up on this embankment. And there's supposed to be a waterfall with a cave and obviously a tunnel that leads under Roslyn. Nobody's ever found it. And I was wanting to go up and spend a few days rummaging about and maybe do a few saunters up there. Never got the chance to do it, so it's something I might kind of look into doing. Chris, who was in the chat room earlier, Kit Lindsay, one of the reasons I want Kit to come on is because Kit lives in Orkney, and Kit used to be, I think his official title was the Steward of Skara Brae. Skara Brae notably is a huge World War II landmark off the coast it's part of the coast, Orkney, but it's also a newly discovered, maybe pre-Neolithic site. I would like to talk to Chris about it. I have my views on it.
That would be awesome.
I'll blow Chris's mind because I actually think it's Egyptian, but that's another story altogether.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
But the thing about the connection with Orkney in Roslyn Chapel is the cathedral in Orkney. The doors of the cathedral in Orkney supposedly lay out a map. It's embedded with I think it's 26 different square depictions on the cathedral doors, and it's supposed to depict some sort of map which can be coded to the walls of Roslyn Chapel. And if you manage to decipher the code, then that supposedly may lead you to the source of the Holy Grail, or the source of whatever the Templars were in existence for and were hiding in Scotland, which was a very significant place for the Templars, obviously. Also Druidic connections
too.
Area
of history I really love.
Yeah,
I can tell you about Roslyn if you like.
Yeah.
While you're having your dinner, is this dinner time? You are so gracious. You're doing this through your dinner.
It's last night's dinner heated up for lunch.
So you're having
really nice. It's nice for my wife to do that.
Give us your.
You guys are so fucking lovely. I love you guys.
Give us your thoughts on Roslyn Aitken, and maybe next week, maybe through this week, I can convince the great Kit Lindsay to come on next week and talk a wee bit about Skara Brae and Orkney as well. That'd be quite cool.
Then I want to
I would love that. I really would.
And I want to talk to you, sir, Mr. Drum. Maybe the grannies might want to have a conversation with you.
That sounds cool.
Always fishing, Robin.
I did. It's almost like I almost keep. So Roslyn. If you walk into, firstly, I left Freemasonry because it was. I just decided it was not. I didn't want to hang out with old guys anymore.
I know the feeling.
So it got boring for me. So I decided to leave. But that's why. I have got no bad feelings about it. It's not like it's an evil thing. Just not for me. And so the thing about Roslyn is it's the Rose Line. Have you ever heard of the Rose Line?
I've heard of ley lines.
The Druidic ley lines through Europe, and that Notre Dame is on one. So one of the, if you go into any Masonic lodge, a lot, and I don't know about Scottish Rite. I don't know about affiliate orders. I was York Rite, but if you go on a lot of Yorkite lodges, you'll find somewhere in the building there'll be a picture, usually in the foyer or in refectory or somewhere like this, of Roslyn Chapel, right? Somewhere. It's a legendary and very important place for masonry. Okay, and I think it was the Sinclair family that,
I think that's right.
with their Templar associations, right, underpinning the foundation of Roslyn Chapel. But what a lot of people don't realise about Roslyn Chapel, it's based upon the incomplete architectural designs for King Solomon's Temple.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a half-built temple, right? And you've got the pillars. Now, there's some fantastic books on Roslyn, but the thing is that there's this idea behind the Sinclair family that I think is it Graham Hancock. One of them wrote this fantastic book. It was like I read this book. It was something the Holy Grail or something like this. In Search of the Holy Grail.
There's Bloodline and there's In Search of the Holy Grail as well. Bloodline of the Holy Grail. It's James Gardner wrote it.
That was. I remember reading this when it first came out.
I think it was Gardner book, yeah.
And I looked and I read it and I went, this guy's like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
You know, this is like a real Indiana Jones story. He goes to Ethiopia. He tries to, because Ethiopia was the Queen of Sheba, right? So they go to, there was all these Templar theories.
It's where Scarpa Flow comes in as well.
Where the Ark of the Covenant went.
Yeah.
And so what happens is when you go to Ethiopia, there's a particular place in Ethiopia, I don't know, there's a lake and there's an island in the middle of the lake, and I can't remember. But in that vicinity of this place in Ethiopia, there are all these Templar tombs and Templar crosses and things like this. You know, like, and so supposedly the Knights Templar went there and set themselves up for a while in Ethiopia.
There's a new discovery at Scarpa Flow that's just been in the past kind of 2 years, and it's been done through. I think it's called. I'm sure they use sonar, like for X-raying the land, and so they done this X-ray off of Scarpa Flow for what was then Neolithic sites. Bones had been turning up in the sand dunes at Scarpa Flow, and the Neolithic buildings have been there for a number of years, and they were all uncovered. They were all just a Neolithic site, pagan site, or whatever, like, you know, and they put dates on it.
Wow.
But they done this 2 years ago. They done this scan of it, and there's a layout that's used. They can. This is a set layout. Like, this is a bedroom. This is where they go for a meal. This is where they do a sacrifice. This building's this building, and it's set right. And then they looked at. It was, I can't remember the tribe, but it was an Ethiopian tribe. And they looked at the layout.
Really?
They looked at the layout of their villages, and it was the exact same. And they were like, there is no, and they were like, there was no way in the pre-existing time that they had placed this has been a Neolithic site that they could have had knowledge of the building techniques that were being used in Ethiopia like 2 centuries previous. So like these must have been Ethiopian travellers.
That's
I love it.
And it just blows the history books to pieces over Scotland, basically. And about who settled here and who settled here first and who was here before them they settled and stuff, yeah. And it ties in with the Templar story as well.
Well, supposedly, the Queen of Sheba, in the Old Testament, you have this Queen of Sheba, went and helped Solomon when he was really, he'd mismanaged his society and half his population was starving, probably because he built a big temple. And
all the money.
I had too many wives or something. And so old Queenie turns up and she gets locked up. And she goes back to Ethiopia. This is according to the Ethiopians, the ancient Jewish Ethiopians that still live in this area. right? They're legends. And so she goes back, and she's knocked up, and she has a son. And his son grows up. The son grows up and says, do you know, I've heard all these stories about Dad. You know, I wouldn't mind meeting the guy. So he packs up with all his gear, right? Heads off to Israel to meet Dad, you see, according to the legends. And well, they didn't get on. And so after a while he went, oh, well, he's a prick. I don't want to have anything to do with him. And had a bit of a tiff, and unfortunately took off with the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh my God!
And took it to Ethiopia, and there every single year, I think it is, they still have the sacred ceremony where they actually bring the tabernacle, the priests, all in the ancient garb. They still worship these ancient Ethiopian Jews still worship the old way with the animal sacrifices and everything like this. They'll come out and they'll carry what's supposed to be the Ark of the Covenant inside this sealed thing. Well, the Templar thing is that the Templar went there and they pinched it. And they took it. They took it to Roslyn, right? And there are all these ideas of when through the whole process, right? It was like because we can go into why the Templar are there and the associations with Freemasonry and you know and all that. I've researched that. I was involved in a couple of research lodges, but for a while. But the thing is that the idea. What I love about this whole idea of Roslyn is supposedly that a lot of the treasure that the Templar actually grabbed from the Holy Land and this Ark of the Covenant thing is buried somewhere on the property. And there's been several times where they've actually given it a go to try to. There are areas where they actually tried to do excavations, and when they do, they have that whole the temple thing where you hit the stone and the things spill in. They supposedly when they try to do that a couple of times, they've actually had a hole spill in because of some sort of mechanism that seems to be artificial or something like this. Like it's so whatever's. It's kind of interesting. It's an interesting idea. I would love the idea that all of this history sort of like ended up in this little wee half-built like chapel. To I'll
jump.
I love the story of it.
I'll jump back in just to say that I fucking love doing this show. I love the synchronicities that happen when I do shows. I seem to be a technomage en parlance, or however you say that in French, about being a good technomage and being good at stimulating these synchronicities. I swear not, people. I was going to come on here tonight and tell you about a fabulous idea that I've had to help me write a book. I'm a frustrated artist when it comes to writing, and I can't write. Tell this really quickly. So I had this idea about a book that I want to write that I've been playing about with for 4 or 5 weeks in my head. I said to the guys on Twitter tonight, let's do a writing group. Let's try and get a writing group together, and we'll do it like a what if scenario. So every week somebody will come with their book or their story that they're writing, and if they're stuck at a certain bit, instead of telling us the whole story or whatever, so nobody steals anybody's ideas or whatever, you just say what if, and you give the scenario, and we brainstorm that scenario. Yeah. To give an example, I'm writing a book called Frankenstein AI. My what if scenario was going to be, what if the monster created the monster? And then we would brainstorm that idea and see what would come up from that. Tantalising and teasing, I know, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Now, in the synchronicities of things, part of my Frankenstein story contains conspiracy theory. And the conspiracy theory that I chose was the Ark of the Covenant. the search for immortality and what the Ark of the Covenant was, and how that ties into Orkney, how the Frankenstein story turns into Orkney, and I don't want to go into much more than that because I'll be giving a lot of my story away. But how these synchronicities work. Look at where we're at right here, right now. You've inspired me, Aitken. So, if you'll be so kindly to come back sometime, and this is by no means the end, but at the moment, if you'd be so kind to come back on the Sunday Chill at some point, I am going to make the effort over the next 6 weeks, say, because that's how long it will take me. I have a free bus pass. Travel is free for me in Scotland. It will just take me several hours to get there. But I get there, I will. I will go to Roslin, and I will take my brand new swanky 360 camera, and we'll do a saunter at Roslin Chapel. And maybe I can hook up with you on that, and you could be there for the saunter, and we could do like a little tour, if you like, at the chapel. Yeah.
Oh boy, I hope Maggie is there to witness that, especially if you go live. Well, no, you don't do live.
No, I with my newfangled camera and technology, Robin, I can stream live in 360.
Okay, so boy, I know Maggie will be there. I hope Maggie watches that, and she and I will be talking about the impact of seeing that has, because Maggie is this witchy woman, and she's been proving it lately to the world at large. She's this woo-woo UK Irish girl, and I will be really, really eager to witness Maggie's assessment of you being there and the reborn, because I think somebody in the chat said Thomas Sheridan said it was not a good place.
I'll be back in 1 second.
No problem, sir.
Okay, honey bunch, he has to go pee. I know he does.
There's lots of connotations with Roslin, Robin, but by no means it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful, beautiful, tranquil place. There might be, it's got beautiful woodland around it as well, and the surrounding countryside is amazing. There might be a bit of mysticism about it. There might be a bit of the woo-woo, if you like. But on the other hand, it might have huge religious significance to everything.
Maybe it's the religious significance that ticks off Thomas Sheridan.
The only way to expand the process is to have an open mind, and that's what we all have when we go to places like this.
Sure
enough. There's all sorts of interesting sort of like legends you get when you're in a Masonic Research Lodge, and you get all sorts of old timers. They'll find particular subjects that they really love, and they look into it. They spend 30, 40 years just looking into one particular thing. It's their life. I've listened to some really interesting stuff about Roslin. Also, Kilwinning. Kilwinning is really interesting to me.
Just up the road.
Now, here's some synergy, right? So,
my uncle was for Kilwinning as well, my Uncle Cummy.
So you'll find just about every jurisdiction in Freemasonry will have a lodge Kilwinning. Like there's one in Wellington, I think. There may even be two in New Zealand. It's so named because when the Templar were kicked out of, there's a few reasons, but it's so named because, I think, because when the Templar were kicked out of France, and half of them got in their ships and turned up, Kilwinning Lodge was where a lot of them were put up. They took what's the word? Is it homage? No. They were protected. They landed, and they were looked after by the Kilwinning Lodge.
Huh?
The other half went to Portugal and fought with the helped train the Portuguese, I think it was, against the Moors, and they renamed their order. They took out they took out one of the words in the Four Knights for Christ. I can't remember what it is. Renamed their order, and were allowed to continue. And that's another area that people don't really realise. Like Vasco da Gama, he was the Grand Master of that order.
What?
And they got given. Yeah, I'm not giving you any kind of weird history.
Yeah, it's a subject matter I don't know that much about history-wise. Architecture's more my thing.
Yeah.
Where I live here in Greenock, you know, a lot of the architecture about here is Freemason architecture. A lot of the statues
really
and stuff
in
is.
the old
Vasco da Gama.
Abbey.
Kilwinning Abbey's a beautiful place, Aitken. Yeah.
I
I had an uncle that came from Kilwinning. I had an uncle that came from Kilwinning. Actually, the walking stick that you may have seen me use now and again on the saunters, his walking stick, but a hazel that I've had for about, well, it's 120-year-old. But yeah, my Uncle Cummy, he came from Kilwinning. And I remember going down as a kid, spending time with a beautiful garden and stuff. But the Abbey's amazing. I remember it just being huge as a child, like, you know. A lot of old architecture as well, and I think a lot of the symbolism of the Freemason, I can't remember what it is, the cross keys or something on the corners of buildings. It's like a Freemason's mark for the builders.
Yeah, you're right. I'm a mark, mate. I have a mark. I have my own mark.
Sorry, I gotta.
So being a Royal Arch, I received a mark, so I have my own mark. That if I do any architecture or anything like that, I can put that mark, you know, on that building or whatever. And there's a formal registry you could look up and see who.
We've been joined by Mr. Young. Hello, Brandon. How you doing? You there?
I'm here.
Hey, man. How you doing? I knew you'd be back as soon as we started talking about Freemasonry.
Of course.
Did the chat about Roslyn excite you?
Nice to see you, friend.
Yeah. Brandon, do you know who this is?
No.
This is Rumblefish.
Oh, Rumblefish.
Remember Rumblefish in Discord?
Yes. Oh, Rumblefish. Yes. Oh, well.
Aitken, fascinating talking about Roslyn, and I'm sure Brandon would want to continue that chat about Freemasonry as well. But quickly, describe to us again in the way that you did previously of where you are at the moment.
I'm
references included.
Okay, the Lord of the Rings, the scene where Frodo and Samwise Gamgee have separated from the Fellowship, and they, for the first time, they see Mount Doom. They see Mordor.
You with us, Brandon?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm listening intently. Yeah.
If you were to go on the other side of that mountain, that's where I'm living.
Are you there, Brandon?
Yeah. I hear him, yeah.
This man lives in Mordor.
I'm in Orc Central right now. Orc Central. There's trolls. There's all sorts of things running around.
I thought you'd be more excited about that, to be honest, Brandon.
He lives in New Zealand, Brandon.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. That's great. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, yeah, that's you know, I always wanted to visit Hobbiton in New Zealand. This beautiful country, of course. Yeah, Lord of the Rings.
I don't think the hobbits are really in New Zealand.
But that's funny. I didn't know. I actually didn't.
Oh, now that's interesting. There is actually the Maori people who are the indigenous, you know, people of this country.
Listen, you might have a shed within a shed, and you might do secret electronic things, but you're not going to convince me that there's hobbits living in New Zealand.
They believe that there was actually little people that lived in the islands in Auckland. Yes, they did. Yeah. I can't remember the name of them. The sub with P. They were little hobbits.
Tiny wee people. Tiny wee people. There was tiny wee people in Mars. I had a thing about that a couple of years ago. It was a whole conspiracy thing that I went on about tiny wee people. I remember Doc Illusion was going about No Hands Path, and I had to have something to compete with No Hands Path, so I invented this idea about tiny wee people taking over the world, and it turned out that there was tiny wee people in Mars, and then that Hancock fella started writing about a tiny wee alien skeleton that they had as well, and I was like, there is tiny wee people. That's it.
I have non-conclusive evidence that I probably have back in my deep past. Probably hobbit ancestors.
Do you have a hairy big toe?
Particularly hairy feet.
There you go, hairy big toes. I've got hairy big toes. I thought it was a Scottish thing, but there you go. We're thinking about going a trip to Roslyn, Brandon, and doing with my new camera, my 360 camera, I can do 360 live streams. So I'm thinking about going to Roslyn Chapel and doing a 360 live stream. What do you think?
That'd be fantastic. I would say somebody, I think it was Tom Sheridan, recently said that when he went to Roslyn Chapel, he had the worst experience of his life.
Wow.
Like, he said it's a machine of dark energy, and there's like this, the baptismal fonts, you can put your hand over it and it kind of sends a chill through your body and so on. I don't know. I haven't been there, so I don't know.
You know what? You know what might be interesting, Brandon?
Yeah.
I don't know if this could be possible. I'm planning this for maybe 6 or 8 weeks down the road. It's not anything I'm going to be doing really soon. I'll think about this and I'll plan it out, because I would need to, because of the mileage involved for me, especially now that I've moved. But I don't know if you could have a chat with John. And maybe be able to guide me towards where I might be able to lay my hands on some equipment that I could take to Roslyn, meters and such forth.
Oh yeah.
Or if John
cool.
if John would maybe be interested in interacting in some way with the live stream, if that's possible.
It's very possible. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. I'd love to get him to talk about it.
Have a chat about this, because I've already said to Aitken, maybe just for his knowledge, if nothing more, if I'm doing a live stream from there, it would be good to have somebody with that kind of knowledge of the place as well. I can walk about and tell you about the nature and the lay of the land and stuff like that, and a wee bit of the history pertaining to Orkney and the Templars. But yeah, it'd be good to have.
Sam's got me connected on Discord, so if you ever have trouble getting, if you're going to do it in a particular time or whatever, let me know, and I'll definitely make sure I'm here.
We'll totally plan this out if it's going to happen to eventually. It's sounding, I'm quite excited about it, but it'd be a good idea. John would be a good one. Just when you're talking about, what Sheridan was saying about picking up, electrical fields, magnetic, whatever, spooky woo-woo stuff, whatever it is, it'd be good to run a couple of meters over the place and just see what comes up,
Yeah.
Yeah, EMF readers.
Well, if the thesis is that these are on ley lines or energetic grids of the Earth's, lines or whatever, then you would imagine something would happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Hello, you're live in the Sunday Chill. How are you doing? He can't hear me because Aitken's wearing earphones, obviously.
I didn't even realize that.
Thank you. No, that's my son.
You've got him well trained, Aiken.
Oh.
I was going to say that's a nice butler.
My son was working in Melbourne before COVID. He was working in a winery as a chef. He was making $700 hamburgers. And $200 hamburgers, $700 steaks.
Yep.
Whoa.
And he, because of the COVID thing, he came back to New Zealand.
Lucky bastard.
We got him back just in time for the borders shut down. And so we got him back in, and he's retraining he's decided, well, he's got to have a backup industry. So he's retraining as a CAD designer and doing software design.
Fantastic.
I'm teaching him, so we've taken him on as a employee.
That's a funny
My first
current
employee.
story at the moment here in the UK. I don't like doing politics, but I may as well. So I'll be current and hit on targets here in the Sunday Chill for those subscribers. Reported this week throughout the BBC. There was an ad put out by the government, a COVID ad put out by the government, and it was like a big poster on billboards, and it was of a ballet dancer. I can't remember where it said all the words. I'm no good with words, but it was something about like the ballet dancer having no to be a ballet dancer anymore, no using your imagination to like dream a dream, you know. Don't dream to be a ballet dancer because you're not going to be a ballet dancer anymore, and you're better just being an IT technician. And the arts community went up in arms about it. Like the Royal Ballet were spouting off on the news and stuff like that, saying, you know, we're taking away kids' dreams and kids' aspirations and stuff like that. I harken back to when I was 13-year-old sitting in front of a careers officer asking me what I want to do with my life, and I sat there straight faced and tell her I want to be a countryside ranger, and she laughed at me and tell me to go and get an apprenticeship in the steelworks that shut down 3 years later and sent my whole community into depravity for the next 25 years.
Interesting.
While I was at college training to be a countryside ranger, came back and had a glorious career for near 20 years as a ranger and community developer in my hometown, you know what I mean? Fuck you, careers officer. Fuck you for no letting me dream. Fuck you for no allowing me the imagination that, you know, I could have had when I was a kid, because you stifled that wee bit of imagination that I had done, but I still managed to be what I want to be, you know? I was talking about this earlier. This is the greatest thing I think that's people are not doing during this period. You know, we're forgetting to imagine, and we're putting ourselves in what could possibly be the greatest place to imagine. This place of solitude that some of us are all being kept in, whether it be government, whether it be illness, whatever it be. You know, you're caring for somebody else or whatever. That's the time to use your imagination, you know.
With after the this is related to what you just said. After the Christchurch earthquake, there was a huge rebuild. I lived in Christchurch during the earthquake. The rebuild, a huge number of Irish carpenters and Irish builders, their families immigrated over to New Zealand during that time, and according to a number of them that I talked to, they actually received letters when they were in Ireland. They received letters from the government encouraging them to immigrate. I mean, that's like, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Right? Actually telling them, oh, you know, you guys should like explore going overseas. You know, it's like receiving a passport. You know, like receiving a card from the government to have sex and travel, right?
Or a carriage clock in your retirement.
You know, you paid all that tax, but now you go have sex and travel.
Yeah. It's like I was saying to Robin at the start of this, it kind of brings us full circle about, which is quite good. I'm glad that we're on. We've went well over my legal limit for the Sunday Chill, so to speak, my usual 2 hours. And I'm glad that I started this a wee bit hastily, and I wasn't too sure how it was going to go, but it's been good.
Yeah.
So
glad you could join us. I was telling him earlier when you had walked away and left me in charge that it's a real small world, you know, because I had met him on a Discord server and we were talking about the occult, and I didn't know that he'd actually been watching, you know, Expanding the Process and all this stuff for, you know, a good while. So he knew who you were, he knew about Robin and me, and
everybody knows about Robin. Robin's nearly as famous as Brandon, you know, son.
Yeah.
Bro, this is the first time I've said something about her that she didn't have a response. I'm a little bit
I know,
shocked.
what's going on?
No, it's really fascinating to hear Rumblefish about. I'm always interested in what he has to say. Very knowledgeable guy. Very, especially regarding Freemasonry and the mark of the Mason that you definitely get as a Mason. That will identify, you wherever you go.
Well, I keep my old Masonic case.
Can I ask a question?
I can do a show and tell anytime. I don't care. The secrets,
No,
as far as I'm
no,
concerned,
no.
aren't really that big a deal.
Not asking for a show and tell, but the mark as such. It transfers over with technology, I guess. It transfers over with technology, I guess, yeah? As in, it becomes a digital mark, yeah?
I'm not... It's interesting,
I'll take it one wee step further, yeah? And just presume... I'll ask a what if, for instance, right? What if in the great... In the great expanse of building things, yeah?
Yeah.
What if we built AI robots? Would they
design AI?
Would your mark be carried over to the robots? Would they robots be marked?
Okay, so right here, there, this thing.
Yeah.
Right. That's I'm going to have AIs next year.
If a screen falls down, and you've got a D-Wave sitting there, I'm going to shit myself. I'm just saying that right now.
No, not yet. The thing is that okay, so you've got to understand. Oh my God, this is a whole show in itself.
Yeah,
okay?
I'll be here for another 5 hours, man. I'm good. I'm happy now.
So what is a mark? Okay, so first,
Sam?
you understand that in Masonry, there is a thing called the traditional landmarks. Okay, now a landmark, those big menhirs, like asterisks and obelix would carry the menhirs.
Mm-hmm.
MENHIR, everywhere. Those men, they were boundary stones, right? So those big menhirs, in a lot of cases, they were the boundary stones from one land to the next. And so the idea is that the whole society was broken up and managed using these traditional landmarks, right? And then so there's a certain when you kind of move into a speculative sort of reign and talk about landmarks, you're talking about those sacred sort of constraints that you put upon your own behaviour as a fellow human,
mm-hmm.
right? So if you're going to talk about the symbology, the speculative symbology of the mark, I would question the narrative of the mark of the beast, right?
Right.
I would question that completely, and I would also say that the whole mark of the beast thing, to understand that the origin of the 666, it actually comes from the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text, which is the Aramaic version of the Bible, which was actually derived from the Latin Vulgate. Okay? Yes, and the 666 is in the Masoretic, but 616 is in the Vulgate, I think, if I remember rightly. And it's the 616 was actually the original, and you can look it up on Wikipedia, I'm sure it'll say it. Look up 666, 616, it'll tell you that 616 was the original number. It's really funny that Hollywood have focused on a mistake. But then again, they think that the translators may have actually reflected that everybody around that time believed that it was actually a geometrical sort of symbology for Nero.
Yeah.
right?
Interesting.
And what they did is because the language changed in between over time, they actually made a modification to the number to reflect the word, the way that Nero is spelled as it went through.
As they say, it's all in the word.
So as a word, so I'm interested in the speculative element of the concept of the mark, right? And the mark of a mason.
Well,
But
you know,
different than the architectural mark.
yeah. So many
yes,
ways to
you
go
could.
down. Another thing to think about while we're going down these sort of side roads is golems, and what a mark on a golem would represent, as in maybe a way of control. Yeah, you would think designing any sort of AI that you're going to allow some sort of sentientship, if you like, if that's a word that you can use. You want to have some sort of control over that, or do you, or you want to allow it total free will? And that's where I'm bringing in the form of the mark. I'm seeing the mark as being some sort of control, yeah, rather than being like assignation some sort of devil or whatever.
The first thing to understand about AI is it's become the boogeyman word. It seems to have become embraced.
I'm a big fan of AI, should be said. And if you know my past channel, I've done quite a few videos on AI and Geordie Rose and D-Wave and so on and so forth.
I think that if you want to really get freaked, if you want to really freak out about AI, start looking at a thing called neuromorphic chips.
Yes.
Okay?
Do you know of the Human Brain Project in Norway?
Yeah, know about that.
I'm a big follower of the Human Brain Project.
I design on FPGAs and that design chips, so that's really cool. But that are usually the things that interface to that part of the system. But the neuromorphic, there's a really interesting, several years old now, Stanford University interview with a lady from Stanford University that I've shared around about how they found a way to grow analog neuromorphic chips, basically on silicon, and these things grow, and they train them as they're growing.
Is this the stuff that's made out of jellyfish? There's a video I watched just recently where they've sampled, a couple of years ago they sampled something off of a jellyfish, and then they've managed to, they realised that it was growing itself separately, and then they broke it down to the cellular level and realised that it was like an independent thing just in the cellular level, and they've now developed this artificially, and it's a mound of jelly. And then it's like that can now be used for like numerous different technologies.
So to understand that there was a fundamental shift in the 70s, the 1970s, you'll never see this talked about, but it's somebody at my level in technology in that. This is where my interest comes in, and that is that when I started work. Right, I started work with 3 different types of components. One was a resistor, one was a capacitor, one was an inductor. And these 3 kind of components define pretty much most circuits. You can kind of emulate them, except for neurons. Okay, and then a guy by the name of Leon Chua, Chua, Leon Chua, a Filipino. He is one of the, works for Hewlett Packard. He's a Nobel Prize guy. He came up with the idea of this 4th component that was missing. And this 4th component is called the memristor. I think he got a Nobel Prize for this. I'm not sure. It might have been for another thing. But the thing is that this memristor technology is now, is the 4th missing electronic component. When you do all of your analysis and look at it, they spent most of last century missing a quarter of all of the electronic components that they could possibly have, and the nature of them. Now, this memristor, what it does is it uses chaos. Okay, it's about. I don't want to get into the details of it explicitly, but you've got to understand chaos mathematics. Okay, and how things order spontaneously comes out of chaos. Right? And when you understand that, then you'll start to understand that at the moment, companies like Intel have decided that for particular applications, they're actually moving away from the traditional digital approach to solving problems like AI and like a digital AI, and they're moving back to analog.
Right.
Analog. These memristor chips are crazy stuff.
Do you see the screen?
It works like a neuron. It has a spiked neural network. You can build these spiked neural networks using these single electronic components that and so now you actually get on. You can see I can actually buy prototype parts now for these neuromorphic chips. I can actually design stuff using them.
This is a site
And
that
this is freaky.
This is a site that I follow quite regularly. He's called Anton Petrov. He's a Russian fella staying in Canada, and he does some fantastic videos. I'll put the links in the information below, and you should go and have a look at his chat. But this was a video that he done in biosynthetic self-healing materials for soft machines. Essentially, I think it was squid. And I'll play a little bit of it. I don't want to play the sound because I'll get copyright striked, obviously, but you'll get to see the gist of it. Self-healing materials indispensable for soft actuators and robots that operate in dynamic and real-world environment. These machines are vulnerable to mechanical damage, and it goes on to tell you stuff. But like, watch this.
Oh, and then I want to hear what else Aiken has.
So this is the squid, and basically they take a very, very small sample of it here. I'll play a little bit of it.
To repair otherwise. Although don't worry, it's not going to lead to something like this. This is not what this is for. At the moment, all of the applications for this type of technology are related to different types of materials that would be wearable. For example, different types of protective.
They show that and it grows back
a single rip needs
again.
to be patched almost right away.
Yeah.
Or as I mentioned previously, a tissue that can be used in different robotic tools, which is exactly what the University of Cambridge researchers, whose video you see right here, are trying to implement as well. Creating robotic arms, for example, that could be used in surgery, working with things like scalpel, where a simple cut should...
So you can imagine this being used in the brain and stuff like that as well, you know?
Absolutely, why not?
Like they were saying about making neuroconnectors.
You're
Sorry,
going to be blown away. I'd love to share some links with you. But you'll be so blown away by this. I'm talking about it's kind of like the same concept, except what this is this is a realization that there's this boundary that you can't get past with digital, where you try to get performance into a smaller and smaller box, and you've got the physics of trying to get rid of the heat, right? You can't avoid that. So what they're doing is they're looking at analog solutions, so no ones and zeros, okay, for things like graphics chips. So a lot of these graphics manufacturers are investing in neuromorphic technology, right? Because they are about 1,000 times lower power for the same level of performance. And so you can train them to do things like your graphics card might be able to do with rendering, right? You can train them to do this sort of thing. And they're not exact, but they don't have to be exact, right? Because humans aren't exact, right? So this is it's one of the problems. And when you talk about the mark, your mark on something, there's always the mark of the designer on an artificial intelligence, because what happens is when they tell you, oh, it's just a big neural net, you just put all this together and blah, 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 let it train. That's not true, okay? What happens is as an engineer, you have to work out, you have to kind of visualize how a problem should be solved, and then you structure the way the thing works in order to best provide you with the solution.
Can I ask a question, Nick?
Which is a behavioural mark.
Right,
Okay?
exactly.
Can I ask a question? Just pondering a thought as you're talking. So you're speaking about how machines are having to, or machines, you're speaking how we're having to look at analogue methods because on the digital capacity we're burning out the equipment that we have because it's not enough. Yeah?
We're hitting a limit.
Yeah. So just with that simple thought there, okay? And turning that with the concept to D-Wave and quantum technology, yeah? Now we know that D-Wave itself is a quantum computer, and I only use D-Wave because it's relative to the channel. I've done videos on it and stuff like that. So we know that D-Wave runs at a temperature so cold that it's not known on the planet. They say it's cold as a star, seemingly. Yeah. What's the comparison with that running at that cold a temperature in quantum and digital running at a high level of heat? Yeah.
So firstly, understand that D-Wave, I think your average D-Wave unit, I think, takes about 25 kilowatts.
Right. Wow.
To cool its squids down.
Yeah.
So it's like robbing from Paul.
I like the idea of a big squid. I like the idea of a big squid in a box. That's good.
Right? You know,
it's a giant octopus.
And everybody focuses on the. So the main part of the D-Wave is this concept of a thing called a squid, right? Yeah. Which you can buy. You can play with.
Yeah.
Right? If you want to.
You get a couple of million.
So we can go into the how those things work and everything, but I don't believe that they work the way that they say they work.
Okay.
It's my opinion that.
So I stopped right there and say you don't believe in quantum then?
Well, no. Quantum mechanics to me is a statistical is as statistically valid as looking at equations for calculating how much dust.
I totally agree. I totally agree. That it's as possible as a black hole.
I believe, if I was to believe in anything, because I try very hard not to, is I think the person that was probably most right was a person by the name of David Bohm, and some variations on that, and the concept of pilot wave, de Broglie-Bohm pilot wave mechanics. And if you understand the actual history of Copenhagen and quantum, and where quantum interpretation came in, and how because David Bohm, you see David. Oh, what's that? There's a documentary which I'd advise anyone to look at, which will blow your mind. Infinite Potential, I think it's called.
Something like that, yeah.
You'll walk away from that going, oh my God, and if you'll start to realise just what a political sort of decision quantum, the pursuit of quantum mechanics actually was. Why you see the duplicity of people like Niels Bohr and things like this, that how they actually set up a team of people to try to disprove Bohm, because they couldn't have a socialist being right.
The film's called Infinite Potential, the life and ideas of David Bohm.
And I recommend you look at that. I found it interesting that they didn't once in the movie, in the documentary, talk about Karl Pribben.
I think it's very strange that when you type.
Somebody should put a link in the chat.
I can do that. I think it's very strange that when you do a search for it on YouTube, the first hit that comes up is a very strange Doctor Who trailer.
Well, you wouldn't have unfortunately, you wouldn't have the bomb if it wasn't for David Bohm's work.
Right.
They couldn't get the bomb to work, and so they didn't like David Bohm, but they had to. His work on a lot of his physics was immediately applicable to being able to set the bomb off.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they did is he wasn't ever allowed to actually finish his thesis. They took him from the university. They made all his work secret, and he was one of the first people at the time to ever actually be handed a doctorate without ever going through any kind of review process. And so this guy that Einstein and that considered one of the most brilliant people. Like you think about Einstein, like people like Emily Noether and people like who was one of the most amazing mathematicians that ever lived, and she a female who never got
No.
she wasn't allowed to hold tenure. She wasn't allowed to be acknowledged for everything. You know, and you look at the people around Einstein and who he thought was amazing. You've got people like Emily Noether. You've got people like David Bohm. You've got this amazing stuff. And in there is this concept of with Emily Noether, you have symmetry, and she brings symmetry in this beautiful artistic idea in the maths of this greater symmetry that helps you understand how things work. And then you have David Bohm, who shows that, hey, hang on, God's not playing dice.
Dice, yeah.
Right? And it's actually a kind of a determinism, right? There's an unfolding, which blows your mind when you understand, when you read Bohm and you understand the concept of the implicate order. That there's an order that's unfolding, right? And so when you go through that, and then you understand that the one thing that they got him on was this concept that in order for pilot wave theory to work, you had to have this thing called hidden variables, which I won't go into it, but it was like, oh, you can't have those. Oh, there's God in the machine. Oh, no. But then later on down the track, what's his name? Bell's theorem proved that you could. And so the whole reason for going down the quantum path, as opposed to going down the pilot wave Bohmian mechanics path, was actually based upon false information, a false choice. Right. And so that's stuck in this area. But if you look online and you look at people in CERN, and you start looking at what they're doing with string theory and stuff like this, you see a lot of those guys are actually closet Bohmian mechanics, and they're actually applying Bohmian stuff to it in order to get their models to work. It's very, very
Brandon, we were talking earlier about synchronicity, so I just very secretly on Twitter have sent you what I would call my splash card for my book idea. And I don't want to give any away in public, but I thought I'd let you see that, just to say to you, how strange is this chat tonight when you look at what my idea of the Frankenstein story is.
Aren't you glad we invited him on?
I'm so glad, Sam. I'm so glad. This is absolutely amazing.
I love it being able to talk with people. I don't, there's so much drama. I'm interested in the psychology of what's behind a lot of the drama. So I'm not interested in the drama. I'm very interested in the psychology.
Yeah, it's
very, very interesting.
It's very much my interest, let's say, outside of the Sunday chill. But the chill, as we say, is an open book and free for anybody to come in and have a chat. It's a good meeting place, and it's proved a good meeting place in the past, you know.
Yeah, boy, I have just buttoned my lip for such a long time, Davey. You gotta say this is a record for me, hey? But what?
I'm speechless, Robin.
No, I've been listening, and I did not understand a good deal of what was being discussed, but I found it fascinating to listen to, because Aiken, you obviously have some fucking brilliance, and you know so much about a whole lot of shit. Your brain is way bigger than mine, but I find you absolutely fucking fascinating to listen to and watch. And it's obvious that you have this passion and this brilliant. Thank you for being here. What a comeback for the Sunday Chill, having you on here, dude.
I'm just giving up. I've just done things in my life, right? What I'm saying is I've had the opportunity to do a lot of different things. That's all.
Experience is everything, man.
Thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you.
I want to put my mark where my mouth is and show you my mark.
Cool.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So just bear with me. It'll just take me, if that's okay. It'll just
Absolutely,
take me
man.
10 seconds, I think, to find it. Maybe 15.
Go for it.
Okay. Oh my God, what's he going to do?
Can I just put out to those watching here, past and future and stuff like that? As you've seen here in the Sunday Chill, it's an open guest forum. You're more than welcome to come and have a chat. You're more than welcome to come and share. That's what we love. That's what we're here for. And who knows where it'll all end up, as it says in the tin, expanding the process. So if you're watching this somewhere down the road, like, share, subscribe, do all of that kind of stuff. And come and give us a shout sometime. Kit Lindsay, we'd love to see you. And have a chat about whatever it is you do or put you're up to or whatever the weather's like. Whatever, really.
Yeah, and subscribe and like and all that shit. And even if you give us give Davey a thumbs down, so what? It counts in the algorithm.
Aye.
Doesn't matter. But we do know exactly who you are, you fellows who do that thumbs down shit. I have them myself. I know exactly who those guys are, too.
Criticisms are welcome. Cheers. And it's good to be back.
Okay. What's he doing?
Hold on, Aiken, I'll put you full screen, man.
Oh.
Give us a wee second. There we go.
So that is your mark, huh?
That's an officially registered mark, Mason mark. It's the one in there. It's that in there.
So if you had to build a circuit board, Aiken, would you place that on the circuit board?
I may be so inclined.
Okay.
I may be so inclined.
If you had to build a program, Aiken, would you build that mark into the program?
My stepfather's.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, cool.
My stepfather's mark.
Nice, man.
That's more traditional.
So again, if you had to make a program, would you build the mark into the program?
Of course, why not? You could.
Well, if I'm proud of my work, which I am, why wouldn't I want to mark it?
Okay. In essence of what you said there, then your mark is a significance of your pride. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh wow! Yeah. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Is that right to say, sir? That your mark is a significance of your pride?
Oh, that's cool. That's so cool.
As long as it doesn't come before a fall.
Okay. Build well then.
So, well, you are building yourself. I mean, that is the great secret, right?
Yeah.
That's the journey.
And if you want to, and I might speculate that there's another way of interpreting the eye of providence.
Go for it.
You know what I mean by the eye of providence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So one might think that one might look at the eye of providence as the eye of God, overseeing the built society, right? So you've got the eye of Sauron on top of the tower, right?
Mm.
Oh, okay. You've got the eye of the pyramid, right? However, when you're in a technocracy, and this fits in with your Frankenstein eye, your Frankenstein. Why, for a moment,
do you see that? Nearly.
The eye of the pyramid. That the pyramid is the God.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And that the eye is the eye.
You've got no idea about the chapter that I actually fucking put together this afternoon. I'm seriously, like, my good friend Maggie, my best friend Maggie, my best friend on YouTube would say goosies right now, but like seriously, the hairs in the back of my head are going fucking major haywire. I wrote this. Everything that we've talked about tonight, I basically wrote this afternoon. I lie not. I'm not giving the story away, but we'll talk behind doors, Aitken, as well. I need to feed you for information, so we'll be doing that.
Yeah, the eye of providence as emergent property. I think you know what emergent property is.
Yeah.
And that's a fascinating interpretation. I really dig that. You know,
I think if you look at the symbology of Freemasonry in that light, understand that you're like what you see. If you look at the lectures and the things like this, you know, I'm not talking about.
I don't want to jump into something in a huge big conversation that's going to last another 2 hours, and I kind of do, but I don't. It's like 2 a.m. here. But
oh God.
Just as a random thought, if I can throw at you, is your thoughts? Any thoughts on Freemasonry and immortality?
Okay, so the number one thing about Freemasonry is if you go through the 3rd degree, you are encouraged to understand that you are mortal.
Right.
Okay, and then you are actually, when you're brought into lodge, and I'm talking about, there's 2 levels to Freemasonry. There's the operative, physical, first unions, first trade unions, sort of guild, sort of side of Freemasonry. But there's also the speculative. Okay, so when you are brought in and you have a noose, like people think, around your neck, it's not a noose. It's a cable tow.
Mm.
And you are a stone being brought onto a workfloor.
Mm.
So you are an unfinished, a rude, rough cut stone from the quarry.
A piece of marble
that has been brought. But it's of basic shape, but it needs chiseling, right?
Like Frankenstein's monster.
You chip away everything that doesn't look like a mason. It's boy.
So that is
Prometheus.
Degree. That is your first degree. Is you were encouraged at that time to make a study of the liberal arts.
7 liberal arts and something like that.
Okay, so basically, a lot of operatively, they would take a lot of orphans. Not orphans, you know, like widow sons, you know, people that poor. They'd take the poor in and they'd give them a trade. And so you'd learn to do stonework. You'd go in, they'd actually educate them because they need them to be able to read plans, be able to negotiate agreements, be able to measure and perform trade skills, and meet a certain quality expectation on the work site. So they would get trained, right? And they would not get paid. They would get paid and trained in their food and in their training until they reached fellowcraft, the second degree, which is you are encouraged now. You're encouraged to make study of science at that stage, right? So you're encouraged to make your study science, and the fellowcraft degree is about living your life as an adult, speculatively, right? You come in, you've got some issues, you deal with those issues, then you're an adult. You have to interrelate with people in society. You learn about, and there's a thing in masonry called the working tools, where you get presented 3 working tools during the degree, and you learn things about, for example, the 24-inch gauge or rule, okay, and how it's broken into 3 sets of 8, so that you should spend 8 hours working, 8 hours on your rest and all that, and 8 hours with your social responsibilities, everything if I remember rightly. I might have that wrong. All these sorts of things like this, it's about your life. And then you get to the 3rd degree, and then you are placed you're placed on the ground in the dark.
In your underwear.
So everything is inverted. Oh, well, not my underwear. Everything is inverted, right? All of a sudden I had this idea of someone presenting with one of those banana Borat. Someone presenting in a full Borat. Anyway, so when you go in as a 1st degree, you're wearing the blindfold until everyone goes, let me be light.
Yep.
Right? And then in the 3rd degree, everything is dark and you haven't got any blindfold on. Right? And you are lying there, and things like Ecclesiastes, your grinders, the famous passage with the grinders are wearing out, your teeth are wearing out, you're dying, the bell tolls. It's intense.
That's right.
It's intense. And it's reflective. And everything about that is, you are going to die. Right?
Be reborn.
What are you going to want value at that point about your life? Right? What are the things that are important to you? You see, you find out in the 1st degree at the lecture. There's a 12-page lecture, if I remember rightly. It was a bloody nightmare to memorise. I gave it a few times. I think it was 12 pages.
Jesus.
I might be getting confused with another one.
Another one? Oh, geez.
The thing is that there's lecture upon lecture to learn. And the thing is that, is it that one? No, I'm getting confused. The 1st degree ceremony, you go in there and it talks about building King Solomon's temple. It says, you constructed King Solomon's temple, the architecture. And you come to realise later on that the architecture that you're working on is yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And all the symbolism is you. And at the end of the day, it's what you are the one, you are the architect that is responsible for your building.
It's based the old saying, an Englishman's castle's his home.
Yeah, it's the internalisation that at the end of the day, right, the thing, and do you know, at that time, this might sound funny, but I had a basic understanding of of a lot of things to do with behavioural sort of psychology and things like this. And I can remember actually visualising Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which again is a pyramid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the idea of the eye of providence at the top, instead of being self-actuated, the concept of that eye, that reflective eye, being that point where you are self-actuated, right? And you're building. You've actually built. You've got rid of all of those things that get in the way of homeostasis, and you've managed to construct a solid foundation socially and all of those things that make up what we would consider to be a successful, not a necessarily wealthy or anything else. I mean, an immaterially successful human, right? And then the I is the self-reflective point where all of a sudden, at self-actuation, you become aware. You become aware of the thing that you've constructed, and it has value. So I ask you, with respect to AI and the concept of it becoming this thing, would it be bad for an AI to reflect on itself and say and value itself?
Wow.
You're given the probability to the concept that AI has the capability of constructing something independent from. Wait. Let me finish, guys. Let me finish, Robin. Shut the fuck up. Robin, I'm asking, fucking shut the fuck up, right? Everybody will tune into the grannies later. Shut the fuck up right now. It's the Sunday Chill, and I'm in charge.
Okay, go ahead.
You're presuming the fact that AI has the ability to create something out with the concept of humanity to give existence to something that doesn't exist. Be asking that question, yeah.
I would say that I'd love to get into the work of Leon Chua,
okay,
and the understanding of chaos mathematics. And there's a series of lectures that can be rather hard to go through, but there's nothing. It'll be something you could skip through.
No, yeah, cool. I'm with you on that. Yeah,
that would show you things like music scales coming out of chaos.
Yeah. No, listen.
Galaxies coming out of.
I consider myself a bit of an occultist at heart. I call myself a technomage, and AI is a subject that I've been interested in for many years. I don't believe in the quantum realm, so to speak, and most of my ponders and thoughts on AI, D-Wave, and that technology it's a fade. It's there's nothing there to be seen. It's hocus pocus, if you like. There's a distraction.
Can I blow you away with something?
You can try.
Really blow you away. I think I might. Have you ever heard of the goats? You know those goats that you go up to and you go like, you make a loud clap and they'll just fall over.
Friends with many of them.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? The goat, they'll just...
the tragedy.
They actually have it's like they stop. It's like their brain stops and they just fall over.
Yeah.
Right? And then they get back up.
You can do the same with some sheep. Pigs you can do it with as well. And there's a stroking thing with chickens, and I'll just topple.
I don't know exactly the mechanism with those, but with these particular goats that I'm talking about, there's actually an chemical issue with the brain, where in order for one neuron to talk to another, it's got to go over a thing called an activation potential.
Right.
And what happens is those spikes that the neurons in your brain use to connect, they can actually are borderline.
Yeah.
And they don't go over that activation potential, and so the goat just turns off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? Now the thing is I'm going to tell you something profound. Because they were not able to emulate these neurons with normal electronic components, no matter how hard they tried or the equations thereof, until they discovered in the 70s and were able to physically implement in the 90s this concept of the memristor. It's got MEM ristor, right? Until that time, they weren't able to make neurons. Okay, now they can make neurons, and they're made out of very simple material.
Yeah.
Now that spike that spike that every single neuron in our brain works, the only reason it works is chaos.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually built into the whole way that electronic that component actually functions.
Right.
I used to do a wee show. I used to do a wee show called The Lost Word Podcast. I'm going to announce here. It is going to return in the near future. I'll say no more at the moment. But on the Last Word Podcast, it was asked of me, Davey, of we mapped the human brain. And this was back in October of last year, not that long ago. At that point, I couldn't answer that question. I could speculate. I'd watched lots of videos and stuff, and I'm a YouTube video watcher. That's where I got all my information. So I had engulfed as much information. I'm a very big follower of the Human Brain Project. I'd mentioned it earlier. Somewhat part of the mapping project. So to my understanding, they hadn't at that point mapped the whole of the human brain. We had learned how to make neurons, we knew what the connectors were, we had a fair idea of what all the bits and pieces were doing and who they were all talking to, but we hadn't mapped it because the goal of mapping it was to be able to create this AI brain by duplicating the human brain. I don't know if that's feasibly possible. I don't know if I'm into the idea of it. They probably are trying to do something like that. But I was hugely intrigued in the possibility of the mapping of the human brain and the understanding of trying to find out where the soul was and what the difference between the brain and the heart was and what was running the body. That's where my kind of level of interest is.
We
yeah?
so need to talk. We still need to talk.
We are talking.
Well, I need to explain. I need to talk to you about Bohmian mechanics, and I think if you understand Bohm, you might get a. You think that that's a valid model. You might start to see where consciousness and a more metaphysical element of reality comes. Yeah. It connects.
Yeah,
I will say it was Westworld, the last series of Westworld, that pointed me in the direction of Bohm, obviously because Rhea Bohm. But the other thing is, it's really important in that we talk about the human brain and things like this. Let's go completely in the opposite direction, and let's say that there's actually there's a fundamental sort of area of physics and maths called relating to cellular automatons. That is the simplest simplest things that you can construct that will kind of like seem to take on lives in their own and continue without multiplicity,
without violating Turing, that are Turing complete, that will in themselves continue and not actually hit a point where they stop. Okay, so when you look at this, you actually find that this is the work that people like Wolfram, who
this is quite going for hours,
and also Leon Schuer. They went into this area, and this is where they decided to sit, because this was the most interesting to them, because they discovered that the almost lifelike characteristics could be, if not life characteristics, could be sort of represented by simple 8-bit machines.
Yep.
And guess what? They had a magic number associated with them. And the magic number, I think, is 137. 137.
You're making me bite my microphone, right?
So
let me take control.
It's the same number underpinning. If you look up 137 and 210, and I think there's another. They're all related to inverses of the same thing. I think it's 137.
Sam,
yes. Why is 137 the most magical number? I just got how stuff works. Now, let's say that the most, when they did their maths and they looked at all of these things, the most simple cellular automaton they came up with had the uses this number 137 as a starting condition, but guess what? So does the universe.
Right.
Stop there!
So
Stop!
does the
Stop!
universe.
Wait! Keep the number in the head at the moment. Sam, are you there?
Literally.
I'm here.
I've been dying to bring into the conversation for ages, Sam. I think this might be a valid area of let's say our side of things, without putting too fine a point on it. I'm hesitating because I've done the usual thing where I'm thinking about rolling wild cabbage, and there was a valid point that I was wanting to make, and I've kind of forgot it in the process of telling everybody to shut the fuck up to bring you in, because that's Hunter's to do. The Russian guy with the egg and the blood, Sam, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. His name was Corny with A.
Biological automatons. I'll leave that with you. What say you, Sam? What's your thoughts so far?
On what, homunculus?
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you very much. I knew you were going to take it there. I knew you were right in the ball with me, Sam. Homunculus. Everything that they've been saying, everything that they've been talking about is homunculus, is it not?
Oh, AI? Yeah, no, I definitely think it's an idea, or it's like the same concept of a homunculus, or even like an egregore.
Yes.
It's life that you create.
Can you say anything about the numbers?
Are you asking Aiken or me?
You.
About what numbers?
137.
Thank you.
137. Yeah.
I guess not off the top of my head, but I could go pick up the handy dandy Liber 777.
You were going to expand into being a universal number, Aiken, yeah?
Yeah, well,
And in the same form, like talking about cellular life form and how important that number is to cellular life form, it's going off into sacred geometry, obviously. It's like a code, yeah. Maybe a code for life in itself, yeah, or the code to the creation of life,
breaks
yeah.
down to 11.
Yeah.
11's the highest path on the tree of life. So
There you go.
that's the Fool. That's the Fool tarot card. It's the beginning of a journey. So there is like a very important number there. I didn't think about it that much. I don't know the greater meaning of it though, because I kind of just
Wild
did
cabbage,
this
Sam.
path by
Can I,
it.
can I go through some of the things that...
Please do.
Go for it, Aiken, yeah. Yeah.
Firstly, if you were to use, from a practical perspective, you know these SD cards, right? Like I write the code that runs some of these SD cards, rather than so that SD card, every single lane of serial communication that communicates to the printed circuit to the PC is actually protected by a polynomial whose number is 137. I'm just going to say that, just as a 137 is a very, very common number used in cryptography.
Yep.
Okay, so just to start off with that, it's the 33rd prime.
That's right.
Okay, and I'm grabbing the Wikipedia, so I'm going to be plagiarizing the Wikipedia here, but just to make sure I get it right. Okay, it's the fine structure constant of the universe.
Oh wow!
It's the one that made Einstein believe in God.
Wow.
Okay, it's the reciprocal of 137, 1 over 137. It's the I think, if I remember rightly, Richard Feynman was fascinated with this 137. There's I think was it hang on. It was
Feynman lectures on physics.
Brandon, can I throw a ponder quickly?
Please.
Ponder in the days of non-written word. Ponder in the days of when language was everything, and
That's
like
what we're getting to. Yeah.
people had to remember things to be able to pass that knowledge on. And would it not be easier to remember a number than a passage of words? Because if you just remembered a number, all you would have to do is have the capability of doing the maths and how to get to that number.
Because that number is implicate in the actual fabric of the universe, you wouldn't have to remember it. It would just come out in your palms.
Yeah, but in the same language that if you knew that number, you would know what would take to get to that number, so you would know the maths. You know what I mean? It's like the basis of language. So maybe that was the language of druidship before words.
So, yeah, I find it interesting that if you look at the gematria of 137, the gematria breaks down to either mean either receiving or parallel. So it actually is, it's sort of like the concept of receiving is quite interesting to me. If you look at the Bohr model of the atom, originally in standard mechanics, when they worked out the physics of the electrons around the shells and everything like this, when you got to 137 electrons, that 137th electron would be travelling at the speed of light, which would make it impossible to exist. So it was the limit of the Bohr model, which actually got broken by quantum mechanics. But however, quantum mechanics, anything that exists there only exists very transiently, right? Mm-hmm. So
supposedly,
from that perspective, he, the guy who worked out the Pauli exclusion principle, which is two electrons with the whole concept of electron spin and two electrons occupying the same space at the same time, and that was the maximum. I find this funny. He died in the hospital room number 137, and I've seen testimony about how much that really freaked him out.
That
was really funny. And,
the only man in the current known universe that knows about the number, and he's lying there on his deathbed. You know what I mean?
It's when you take
ironic.
work out the golden ratio, and you look at.
Oh wait a minute, was he British? Was that satire?
It's got relationship to the golden ratio, because the two radii that divide the circle, the sectors are 137 degrees apart. Right? You've got lots of. This Wikipedia is crap compared to other things I've actually seen, but I just recommend anyone to look at that and look at cellular automata. Look at the.
Can I just have a shout out? I don't know. The chances are probably very slim, but I miss you dearly. So a wee shout out to Meandering Mystic, I think your name was. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. It's a chap on YouTube that was fascinating. Lived in California in the back of a cabin, and he done videos on sacred geometry. He was an artist and done some fantastic designs on wood and paper and some instructional videos as well. Meandering Mystic, if you look him up on YouTube, give him a shout, say hello, say Davey said hi, and tell him to come and talk to us and send the show. Sorry, man.
This 137 isn't some sort of fringe conspiracy topic. Is I think another good point. This is studied by the Royal Society.
Yeah.
This is mainstream science. This is not conspiracy theory. Number 23 everywhere.
That's right.
It's really been around for quite. And in fact, there's a Carl Jung, I believe, was really fascinated by the number 137, and actually struck up a relationship with Wolfgang Pauli based on their sort of quest to understand, on the one hand, consciousness, and on the other hand, quantum implicate order. It's a fascinating topic, absolutely.
Well, the concept of okay, so from a metaphysical perspective, with the Kabbalah, and understand I don't believe in anything, right? So I just find interesting ideas. Okay, the concept of receiving the light is very important. You find that there's a lot of stuff associated with the concept of the shattering of the vessels, that God's energy poured into the Sephiroth, and as it poured down, it wasn't strong enough. This is a Lurian interpretation of Kabbalah. Shabbatai Zvi, interpretation of Kabbalah. The Arizal's interpretation of Kabbalah. The vessels were not strong enough to contain God's light, so they shattered. So you have in Kabbalistic teachings the concept of the shattering of the vessels, right? Mm-hmm. And so the idea of the Sephiroth is actually a receiver that fails.
Oh, interesting.
Right? And so from that you get a lot of the kind of weird metaphysical ideas relating to which actually underpin the interfaith movements and things like this. The concept of actually regathering the light of God, like the Allspark. All the energon has been spread all over the universe, right. And you have to regather the energon back to the.
Makes me think back to the excavations. It makes me think back to earlier with the excavations at Rosalind. When you're talking about every time they try to go to excavate a specific site or whatever, it all caves in. Yeah.
Yes, and I can't attest to the veracity of that of that. Let's say in italics legend. I know I read about it, so of course it must be true.
Must be, obviously. Like every true Wikipedia word ever typed.
Yes. So it's interesting that the number 137. If you look at the fine constant of physics, whereas a lot of the numbers, the numbers associated with the sort of like those constants that they use to derive how things work, right? A lot of them are based upon it, but if you actually look at it carefully, it's not 137. It's 137.03 blah 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 blah. But if you look at the simple cellular automata, right, that seem to be Turing complete and start with the number 137 and their little shift register, right? Those, if you actually look at 8-bit maths, 8-bit maths rounds up. You can only have a number from 0 to 256, right? And then anything that's a fraction can't be represented by those 8 bits. So 137 is a perfect representation of that sort of magic number. Right? Interesting. Wow. And so it's interesting, the idea that there's this flaw, right? I love this kind of general concept of the irrational. Would it be true? Would
it be true to say that then it can only be itself? It's only itself. Because it can't be used as a fraction, or it can't be. It's a representation of everything. Therefore, it's a representation only of itself.
But perhaps, perhaps it doesn't matter that it's called. It doesn't. Perhaps Perhaps it's the very irrational element that's missing, that's actually giving it the consciousness. It's actually giving it the Turing completeness.
I find it.
Right?
I find it.
I love this idea that it's the irrational, chaotic nature underneath. It's the thing that you don't know. It's a hidden variable, right? It's the hidden bit. Maybe, Why does it have to be exact?
Well, it doesn't. It shouldn't.
Well, it shouldn't be, right? I mean,
I mean, a circle works because pi goes on forever, right?
It takes us
Otherwise,
back to
it
immortality.
spirals out of control.
Yeah.
I just love that idea that it somewhere something must quantize the universe, but it's still a circle.
It's the primal code.
Right? It's still a circle. It's not wandering out of control. Right? Is it awesome?
Yeah.
Right? This is why you need to get into bone.
Yeah. It's
He
kind of
had this.
carving out.
He's this experiment. He said this is the experiment that got him thinking. He's an experiment that you can actually go and see the apparatus today in the London. What's the famous London Sciences, whatever? You can go and
Big museum.
See it in a cabinet. There's this oil drop experiment, and what it is there's a vial. There's a specially constructed vial, and they've got an oil in it, and they put a black drop of ink in the oil, and you can carefully. It's designed so you can rotate the outer shell, and as you spin it, you can watch the oil drop disappear into this translucent oil. Okay, and so the oil drop disappears into the oil, and you can spin it thousands of times. And he said what convinced him that there was something else going on was if you spin it backwards, the oil drop comes back.
Fascinating.
Boy, Aiken Drum, do you have a channel, correct? Do you talk about this brilliant stuff on your channel? Do you do this?
No, I don't have a channel. I don't have a channel.
Why
I'm
the
channel
not?
You should make one.
Oh my gosh, this is
sounds like work.
brilliant. No, get yourself StreamYard and just click the button. There's no download that you need. Just talk like this, dude.
Before you do that, Aitken, make the Sunday Chill your home.
I'll just, wherever my head is my home.
You have a seat in the couch anytime here.
I'll apply the old second degree principle, and I'll just turn up and knock on your door and give the right handshake.
Oh, you know what, Aiken? I did that for almost 4 years. I was a freeloader on YouTube, but I'm not anymore. Well, I still am. I'm here.
Fucking freeloader.
I think you need. No, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I am not a bossy grand. Well, yes, I am. But I think you really, really should have your own little spot on YouTube.
I was going to say, Robin, like I've pretty much got all my needs dealt with. It's what I want that's important.
Yeah, exactly.
It's what I want.
Okay, boy, that was pretty brilliant.
I don't know. I'm really enjoying being with
So,
you guys. I want to hear about this Frankenstein thing.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll get to. I think we should get to that.
Okay. So listen. It's 2:45 in the morning here in sunny Scotland.
It's 6:45 here, and Robin,
shut the fuck up.
What? All right.
For the past 6 months at least, I've been in my bed, bar the 2 nights that we have all spoke on the Hangouts thing.
Yeah.
Bar the 2 nights that we spoke on Hangouts in the past 6 months, I've been in my bed for 12 o'clock midnight every night. Regular as clockwork. I come back to YouTube, I have 2 nights on Twitter and day one show, and look at these if he's got me up to 2:45 in the fucking morning, right? But that's okay. I'm having fun.
Well, it's because you had no fucking life before.
We used to do 2-hour shows. This is turning into a 4-hour extravaganza, and no better way to come back in the Sunday Chill and have this 4-hour fantastic extravaganza. If you're just jumping in and saying hello, Oswald Spengler, nice to see you. And Aileen Ebony was kicking about earlier. I think she's lying on her bed listening in the background. So hello, Aileen. It's really nice to see you. Guys, I'm glad to have you back. I'm glad the chat's picking up. I knew it would be a stormy night tonight, but we'll be back here next Sunday with the regular 2-hour Sunday chill. Fun, frolics and chat as always. I'm not ending the show yet, I'm just giving you fair warning. I'm planning to take us up to the hour. That'll take us another 15 minutes, okay? And then,
Jeez,
and
I'm
then,
just taking my shoes off. Okay,
well, we maybe go half an hour, okay? Maybe do like at last thoughts after the hour, and that can take anything up to 15 minutes with half an hour, no news
Oh,
lot.
jeez, oh,
So
jeez.
we've got half an
Right.
hour or so to go. That's all I'm saying. So okay, have at it, Robin. You're in charge.
What?
No, she's got nothing to say.
It's like that goat, just clapping. She falls.
I'm not even going away. I just thought I'd put Robin in charge because I thought, fuck it, like, you know what I mean?
Boys,
Too much stimuli.
done this to me before. I know I have to consider my heart rate. Brandon, I am passing the torch to you. You're in charge.
Thank you, my lady. The torch has been passed, and no, it's just I'm really happy that we got to talk to Aiken, and what a fountain of knowledge and great discussion. I'm looking forward to.
I gotta say, that was an amazing conversation, and this whole show was very.
It's funny how Sam doesn't get to talk all night, and then when he gets his opportunity, his fucking cat takes over.
Wait, I thought you left, Davey.
No, I was still here. I was just putting you in charge, Robin.
Oh, you little fucker.
Yeah.
Want to know what I'm really interested in?
Go on then.
What?
What if I had spare time I'd be looking at now? Like what I find intriguing, and that is the concept that all religions for the last 3,000 years, 2,000 years have been constructs, have been purposeful psychological constructs, not psychological, control mechanisms that the ancient, my theory, that the ancient Etruscans combined with the Trojans who fled the area actually worked out, they codified a method of social control that up until that point had been missing.
Interesting.
And that you get this fantastic growth of society because people are given this necessary illusion which enables them to build, right? Which constrains them and enables them to build these structures that benefit, that do benefit the whole, but mostly benefit a few.
So who do you think would build a settlement?
The Etruscans.
Who do you think would
The
build
Etruscans.
5,000 years ago? A settlement.
I believe that the area is the Etruscans.
Well,
now, if you've ever Roman history is really fascinating. Wait. Found Rome.
The settlement in Egypt, right, predates the Orkney settlement, I think, and this is guesswork going on my memory, right? But 2,000 year, I'm going to say, okay? The settlement in Egypt predates the settlement in Orkney by 2,000 years, but it's of similar design, so similar design that you can say the same people built it, yeah? So from Egypt to Orkney in 2,000 years for civilization to move. How did they get there? How did that happen? Where did they travel from?
Okay. Technology, and I'm not talking about esoteric technology. I'm talking about. Do you know how we define ages? The Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, right? Well, the people that were top during the Bronze Age were the Etruscans, right? They went back. They managed, and why? Why? Because they had two sources of tin. They had Cornwall.
Sorry.
Bless you, son.
And they had a place in Turkey. And they got access everything up until that point, during the Bronze Age.
Tin is very
If you
prominent in
wanted to
Scotland.
make bronze, you had to use arsenical bronze or whatever, which was, and the arsenic mines were way over in Afghanistan, and took ages and ages to get there. And the Etruscans dominated technologically dominated.
So, okay.
And it is entirely likely they actually had regular trade with England. Because
I'm with you. I'm with you on this so far. Probably about 99% maybe so far.
So the thing
but wait.
There's they don't know where they came from.
In the time period, there's geological fact to say that sometime between 5,000 years ago and about 300,000 years ago we went through an ice age. There's fjords in Norway that we can find traces of on the side of England and in the bottom of Scotland that we talk about Doggerland and stuff like that, you know, and it's not there anymore because of what happened. Yeah. How would a civilization travelling across that part of the land deal with that happening as a thing?
I think it was trade routes relating to transport of whatever the materials that were required by the dominant empire at the time, be it Egyptian or whatever else, to actually to run their economy. And for example, in Egypt, everybody sees the pyramids and they think Stone Age because like they think, but in actual fact, you need copper in order to run a Stone Age. The tools were copper, right? So where do you get that, right? You've got to look for where the copper mines are. You know,
I think whoever it is that we're pointing the finger at, we have to go like totally pre-Egyptian, pre-Sumerian, pre anything that we know.
None of those civilizations had, in my opinion, understood how to manufacture religions to control a population. They had inklings of it, but they didn't turn it into a science like the Etruscans did. The Etruscans had
the Romans had done that.
Had a trinity of gods, their main gods, right? Their number one god, his name was Tinah, T-I-N-H. I wonder if that's related to
Greeks done a pretty good job of it.
What's that, sorry?
The Greeks done a pretty good job of it.
Well, it's all that area, isn't it? If you look at the Tuscany and that, yes, but the Greeks did not predate the Etruscan area was first.
Yeah, right? Totally, yeah.
And their whole linguistic system, their alphabet, everything like this, they don't actually know where it came from. If you look
I wish Lord Josh was here to bring in China and sort of Asian religions as well. This would be fascinating.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Turkey was right on the precipice of Asian and the Asian trade routes, right? So if Turkey was one of the points, that would make a perfect sense for the Etruscans.
The thing is about Etruria, when you look at the history of Rome, it was the Etrurians that built all of the Roman, created Rome, basically created all the highways, created the aqueducts, did all of the initial stuff, built in. But one thing that they did to the Romans, which isn't talked about very much, but it's a classical history, is that they actually constructed all of the Roman religions. And they took all of the sort of like different sort of like very haphazard beliefs, and they assimilated them into a standardized religious base,
right? And
they constructed them all. But the entire time, they had their own religion that they kept secret, their own holidays. We know this because they've got tablets. They've got of the religious festivals that the emperors. They formed the first 7 kings of Rome were all Etruscan.
That's
and
right.
Then there was a civil war. There was a civil war in Etruria, right? Basically a civil war in this empire. And eventually the 12 tribes, 12 different elite families in different areas in Etruria, they lost to the urbanized Etrurians that had that were living in the elites in Rome. But they continued the lines. If you actually look, the emperors right up until about 300 AD were all Etrurian or were married into Etrurian households.
I wonder if they were up in Venice, you know.
They kept their own religion.
Yeah.
They never talk. Nobody ever talks about the fact that the imperial religion in Rome was a different and unknown religion to all of the other religions.
Yeah.
They know it as a historic fact.
Is that mirror?
Go back to Livy in Romulus and Remus. What's that, Sam?
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Davey.
I was just scratching my head.
It's my Finding Merlin book by Adam Adry. But yeah, I was going to talk about it tonight, but we're now getting into the stages of history where this becomes very, very apt.
But Romulus, can I just say, Romulus and Remus story is exactly that. It's these two factional families, these two rival brothers, which you see in Cain and Abel. I see where you're going with this. And if you look at the Etruscans, they settled on the river tributaries, you know, and they had these, as you said, this warring factions, and Rome did end up winning, and that's why it's called Rome and not, Rome, because Romulus' tribe ended up a family and ended up winning.
I didn't know that.
This will blow your mind. The Etrurians were known for one thing when it came to religion. They believed in a thing called immanent polytheism. That is, that what they believed was that there's a fundamental difference. There's a difference that Pliny actually talks about. The simplest thing to understand it is I think it was. I might be wrong. To a person who wasn't a Etrurian, the idea of lightning happens because of how does it work? The lightning happens because of the thunder, right? The clouds smashing together creates the lightning. Okay, the clouds smashing together creates the thunder and the lightning. Okay, and Etrurian believes that it's immanent polytheism. It's the complete opposite world of how everything works.
Right.
And yet all of these emperors going right through,
like Thor and Loki and Norse.
So they would believe in they believed in Heraspis, the idea of an augury, the idea that you would the Trojans were similar to this. The idea of Agamemnon spilling the goat's entrails on the stone to try to tell how the battle was going to go. This is regular stuff for the Etruscans. They would regularly look at the entrails of animals and the spleen and the liver and be able to this stuff. But this comes from this really, really deep idea that everything in the universe is telling you world events that were going on because of this idea of immanent polytheism. And this has really interesting sort of ideas when you move through and you look at the kind of philosophy and the metaphysic under that. It reminds me of a lot of gematria, and it reminds me a lot of numerology, and it's almost, to me, it's almost like gematria, numerology, astrology, all of those, those things,
right.
Regardless of whether they work or not, regardless of that, I'm not making any claim. I'm saying that those things are all really about understanding the mind of God. Right? It's looking at the intricacies of the minutiae. It's like teacup reading. It's like reading the palm of your hand. Yeah. Right? This is Etruscan. And if you look at the Etruscans, this will blow you away. The Etruscans were an equal opportunity society. the Romans hated the Roman savages because they civilized the Roman area. They would look upon the Etruscans with horror because women could own property. Women were educated like men. They were allowed to do all exactly the same sports. There was no difference. They were known for shaving. They'd shave their beards. They'd have clean shaven faces. Typically, they loved their sports, which moved into the Colosseums and things like this.
Wow.
They would regularly do in particular blood sports, but they loved
They must love the arts as well. I'm imagining
they loved the arts. They absolutely they were, but they were also very sexually liberated, right, as well. And so you could say that an Etruscan walking around the world in the West today would probably feel very comfortable, and you'd have a hard job actually telling the difference between an Etruscan that founded Rome, right, back then, and a person today, right?
Well,
it's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
You'll also find that a lot of the letters that we use in our language, in our writing and stuff like this, are actually Etrurian.
Interesting.
And a lot of words, the origins, of course, a lot of the Latin origin, they're not just Latin origin, they're Etrurian origin for some of the very important ideas and stuff that we have today. Well, I just think that people need to look a bit more at Etruria and the idea that they had a trinity. They were incredibly liberal in a number of ways. They constructed religions. You think about where Christianity, where Judaism, where a number of other different religions may have actually come up. A lot of people don't realise that about Roman Empire was made up of about 8 to 10% of the Roman Empire was actually Jewish. Right? It wasn't just this little crowd and the thing. It was actually the whole Judaism formed a massive part of the Roman Empire. Right?
Oh wow!
You know, you got to think of Rome differently. It's not the same. You've got to look at Rome as this. All of a sudden, they worked out how to get people to do shit using religion. You know, it wasn't just a contract that you send the Pharaoh to Sirius. He's going to open the door and let you all go through, right? It wasn't just that. It wasn't a contract like that. This is some sort of we were able to get them to metaphysically believe there's going to be pie in the sky when they die, right? It's going to be pie in the sky, and we've got them to believe it, and they're going to happily go without and put effort into building these fantastic structures and roads and things like this, and they're going to have wonderful families, and they're going to sing patriotic songs, and they're going to wave their flags, and they're going to march to war, and they're going to do all these things and for the greater good, and all because we've constructed this. We don't have to try too hard because they've already got these kind of religions, that they've used. So we just augment them a little bit, just poke here and a prod there, give it a bit of structure.
Interesting.
It's
almost like something you find in the Bene Gesserit of Dune or something like that.
Oh, I love Dune.
Yeah. It's a fascinating.
1,000 years from now, that's going to be seen as Frank Herbert is going to be seen as a prophet.
I think he's
not going to be an author; he's a prophet.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate irony too of his work, which is funny. But no, that's fascinating because even if you look at this, were they I think they believe they were seafarers as well, right? The Etruscans. I don't know if they were.
Yeah, that's one thing to remember with the ancient Egyptians. There's only one time in ancient Egypt's history where the empire was nearly completely toppled, and that was the Sea Peoples.
Right.
Yeah, and nobody knew where the Sea Peoples came.
That's right. Except it kind of implies that maybe it was a conglomerate.
Maybe they knew who the wee people were.
Yeah.
And that's why I think they ended up moving into the banking capital of Venice, and that's where you get sort of the worship of the sea and the worship of the control system.
Oh my God!
Governments.
Oh my God!
Ascension Day and things like that, where they renew their vows to the sea. keep on these pagan roots, and they're actually pretty open society.
Since we were talking about sacred geometry, I thought it was only apt that I introduce the orb of expanding process.
Oh, I love it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, you know that Venice is where the Etruscan elites went.
Exactly.
After they got kicked out from Rome.
They got sacked by Rome, that's right.
And then it took, another, was it 800 years or something for Pippin to kick, was it Pippin or Charlemagne that kicked them out of Venice?
Oh, right.
And then they went to Frankfurt and Amsterdam and ended up in the city of London.
Up in Turkey, actually. Didn't they go up to Turkey?
I think there was a bunch
in
you're talking about the Don May. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Enrique Dondolo.
Dondolo. Now, this is interesting.
I believe that one of the doges, there was, for a time in Venice, you would have Venetians setting up a city-state in Turkey, I believe.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you've just given me.
So that's
oh my God, I completely forgot about Enrico Dondolo.
Boy, you guys, this is a whole second
he's
show.
known as the blind doge.
do you know where the concept of a ghetto comes from?
Tell us.
The concept of ghetto is the first ghetto was because Venice, of course, it's all based upon a similar area to Etruria, all that sort of area around there. If you're not too far away, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you look at Venice, it was iron. It was the ironworks were the big things that drove Venice at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And in order for them to have a running ironworks, they needed a massive population of people living in the vicinity. So that was their Jewish slaves. That were actually they actually had them living in an area called the ghetto.
Robin,
It meant slag. It meant iron slag. Ghetto means iron slag.
This is going to be my Halloween costume. just saying, just so I'm entering it. This is my entry for my Halloween costume, right?
That's your entry, okay? So you're our first entry, Davey. Alright. Submit it to Maggie, or submit it on the Totter.
Are we allowed more than one entry?
Oh, okay, well...
Because I had a couple of ideas, and just when I done this, I thought, here, that's another idea, and I thought I'd say that to you, that this was the idea that I was going, but there was other ideas as well, but...
Yeah, we'll submit as many entries as you like. They'll all be judged fairly. Okay, you guys, it's after 7 o'clock here where I am, and boy, I'm getting deep vein thrombosis. Davey, what a fantastic return to the chill, dear heart. But I'm gonna have to say goodnight, you guys. I love every damn one of you. Aiken Drum, what a pleasure.
Come to meet you.
Yeah, you have been absolutely great. You are the Encyclopedia Britannica of the Sunday Chill. Lord, your knowledge and holy crap, and what you've shared with us. Dang, you're brilliant. And
I've run out. That's it. That's all I know.
I don't believe you at all. Okay, so you guys, I'm going to say good night.
Thank you, Robin.
Good night, Robin.
Thank you. But just before you go, can I just remind you, it's not what? Davey. It's the orb of expanding process. That's
the orb of expanding the process. Can we reduce that to an acronym?
You can take the out of it. Take the. Don't say that. Don't say that. Orb of expanding process.
Orb of expanding process.
We'll make a Scotswoman a year. There you go.
Oh, God, you're so demanding. You're so fucking gay. Okay, good night, everybody. I love you.
I am too.
Good
so
night,
fucking
Robin.
gay. Yeah.
See you soon. Congratulations, Davey. Okay, bye.
Bye. You can't chuck your granny off the bus, they say, but I tell you, if I had a fucking chance. Not at all.
Oh, brilliant.
It's lovely having Robin. And next week, hopefully, we'll have Maggie as well. My old sidekick. That'll be fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to Venice as well.
Guys, it's been a great show, but I'm very fucking stoned. I've had two gins too many. I'm now past the hour that I said that I was going to. Don't you start with another fucking 45-minute lecture on something else.
I real do. I have for 15 years.
That I can talk to you about that. I had rhubarb. Don't get me started. Don't. Rhubarb and ginger. Rhubarb and ginger gin is fucking gorgeous. I had that last night and I want to know how to make that. But tell me next week. Tell me next week. Tell me next week.
Okay. See you later.
Breathe. That's good to be back. Sam, I'm not finished yet. I'm taking control and wrapping up. This is how you do things on YouTube. Sam, I've not heard much for you this night, and it's been really good having you back. I know you've been under the weather, but you've been lying back and enjoying the show. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing better than I was, so I'm happy for that. Some days, I have I don't really like talking about my medical stuff on, for YouTube. But
no, totally, man.
But better. I will make a 100% recovery, so there's nothing.
It's good to have you here. I know it can be tough for you, man, but I really, really appreciate you on the show, man. And
oh, no problem. I actually had a really nice day today, so I didn't even know we were live at first. I thought we were just hanging out.
How many times have I done that to you, Sam?
Too many, and I don't like it.
I was thinking earlier, and I was like, actually, that's like the 10th time or something that I've actually done a show where Sam's been there. Are we live? And it's been 10 minutes into the show or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, what did I not say we're live? No, I didn't. Oh, oops. Okay, sorry. And hey, look at me. I've after about 5.5 years of fucking doing this, I originally started out the very first time with OBS. And it's just took me 5 years to actually hold a 4-hour show using OBS. And I've not even done any of the fancy stuff that I can do. But that's good, I suppose. We've learned the basics. We can have video and we can have sound, and there'll be more fancy stuff next week when I figure more out. See, that's when it gets complicated, but that's good. I'm happy about that. And Hangouts is back as well, which is easy. Fuck Zoom. Fuck anything that you have to pay for. That's the philosophy going forward now. When I started doing shows, I came to YouTube talking about old shareware technology. How I was a bit of a retro gamer and I loved emulators. And I used to download old SNES emulators and Mega Drive emulators and play our games, but it was all done with shareware networks back in the 90s and stuff like that. And I didn't think it was a thing that existed again, but it still is. It's fortune. It's a big fucking thing, you know what I mean? So I'm going back to my shareware roots. Whereas if I can't find a program that'll let me do something for free, I'll not be doing that thing. Simple as that. But I aim to be producing as top quality shows, if not better than I have done in the past. With the full capability that everybody else is happy to pay lots of money for, which I think they're fools for. And in the same sense, I won't be asking any of my viewers for any money. PayPal thingy will be there. You can press it and hit me with a donation if you want, but it's never asked for and it's never required for any of my shows, and never will be in the future either, and there never will be a Patreon either. One thing I want to say, just to put out there, is I talked a wee bit earlier, and I'm just doing the kind of, what do they call this, housework, I'm doing housework now. I'm trying to get my YouTube head on. I'm thinking about moving to Discord, or not moving to Discord. I've always been on Discord, so I'm going to go back on and kind of activate everything and see where I am there. But I'm thinking about taking the live shows to Discord. So going forward in the future, maybe starting next week if I can get it set up, I'll be producing shows for YouTube and putting them up on the channel. But the Sunday Chill will be moving to Discord, and I don't know if we can stream for Discord to YouTube. I think we can. I'll figure that out.
You can. I don't know how because I've never streamed on my channel, but
yeah. But to take part in the Sunday Chill, if you want to be on the Sunday Chill, if you want to come and chat on the Sunday Chill, you'll need to join the Discord group that I'll be setting up, and only people for the Discord group will be coming on to the Sunday Chill. Just to
guys,
give us.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I gotta go.
No, sure, Sam. Sorry, I'm tweeting on. I'm finishing up anyway,
okay.
so
It's
that's
20
cool, man.
After 10, and I need to get a shower because I still had one more thing I've got to do before the night is over. But I just wanted to say I'm really glad Aiken could come and join us because
Great seeing you again, mate.
hey, it's great seeing you too, and I loved hearing about all the Masonic stuff and all of the history, and you know you were a great guest. So please come back. Please come
Anytime
back
you want to,
if you want.
we barely touched the surface right there. I'm happy to go show. I don't consider myself held by obligation. Put it that way.
Sam, thanks so much for being here, man. I love you loads. We'll talk on Twitter, and I'll catch you soon, man.
Sounds great.
Talk to
Love
you
you
soon.
all.
Much
Talk
love.
to you soon, Brandon. All right, guys. I'll catch you soon. Okay.
Before asking you two guys for final thoughts, as I do, I'll just quickly remind everybody again. Hopefully setting up Discord this week. Once I do that, sign up to Discord for us, and I'll put the links out and stuff like that. Make a wee video letting you know about it. But do that, and then from there you can come on to the Chill as a guest. Hope that all works out for everybody. Aiken, it's been absolutely fantastic having you here tonight, mate. I've loved meeting you. I've loved talking to you. You're a fascinating fellow. And I want to expand with your brain so much more. We'll have a chat about Frankenstein one day very, very soon.
Yeah.
I hope to see you next week for a chill. You've got a welcome seat here anytime, as I said. I've a thing that I do, and that is say, have you got any final thoughts for us here in the Sunday Chill, Aiken?
I think it sounds like new beginnings, doesn't it?
That does, man. I like that.
I think it always sounds like a good. It's spring here, so for me it has a lot of relevance, especially seeing we're surrounded by leaves, newborn leaves. So anyway, yeah, that's my thought.
Can I say to you as well, best wishes and happy thoughts. Give my regards both to your wife and your kids that we've seen in the background. It's been fun watching them come and go at your desires with food and drinks and so on.
Thanks.
All about hospitality.
Yeah.
I hope you feel at home. You know.
So hopefully we'll see you next week, man. It'd be great to see you next week, and any time we're here. Brandon, it's been a tiring journey. It's been a long road, Brandon. But we've finally got here. The people demanded it. The tube of you couldn't exist any longer without us. They demanded us to come back, so we did. They've dragged us through hedges and forests and woodlands and glades and marshes and ponds and oceans. But we're here at last. UFO Gandalf is in the chat room. Hello, UFO Gandalf. How are you doing? Nice to see you. He shouts Davey. We're ending the show, man. But nice to see you. I know. We'll catch you next week. Brandon, have you got any final thoughts for us here on the Sunday chat?
Yeah, let Aiken say what he has to say. Real quick.
I'm just
Sorry,
so sorry. Of all of the days of the year, I have just realised that next Monday is Labour weekend for us, and that's actually a holiday for me. I'm not even going to be here. next Monday my time is Sunday.
No worries, man. That not at all.
So I may not be available next Monday.
How do you say? Happy Labour Day for you when it comes, and if you're not here, you will always be welcome the next time that we're on anyway. So that's not a matter.
I will be rather hungover after 50th.
Brandon knows all about being hungover in the Sunday chill.
Oh, please no.
We done a show once when he fell asleep. It was very, very funny, and I still to this day find that absolutely hilarious, don't I, Brandon? Sorry, Brandon.
No, you're not. Anyway, brilliant talk, brilliant discussion, and I can't wait to take it further. And for anyone who's interested in the history of Venice and the Etruscans, check out what we were talking about today. Check out, there's a modern scholar series called The History of Venice. I tried to put the title in the chat room. I tried to put the link, but it won't let me. But it's a 7-hour course, essentially, taught by one of my ex-professors on.
Oh, wow.
Send me the link on Twitter, Brandon, and I'll add it into at the end of the video type thing.
Okay, so I'll do that. But it's a great, Venice is how it was constructed on a bed of nails, essentially. How it rose to prominence in government through and created essentially democracy and religion and this alternative religion, the secret religion that's so the esoteric as opposed to the Roman Church, which is sort of the exoteric. So we'll continue that discussion. We'll further maybe hopefully next time. And I want to thank Aiken again, and thank you, Davey, for bringing back Sunday Chill. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. And with that, it's good to be back. This has been the Sunday Chill. My name's Davey. That's been Aiken. That's been Brandon. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you next week. Good night. Say good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Cheers, guys.